and welcome to day 4 of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. I am here with my co-host today, Lisa Skinner. Do you want to go by Skinner or do you want to go by your other last name?
Skinner.
Okay, double checking. So Lisa's my co-host today. Lisa, I would love to just take a moment to ask you a little bit about who you are and where you're coming from. So as you ask questions today, we know where your questions are coming from.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Lisa Skinner. You're probably wondering what that CDP, CDT is.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I am a behavioral specialist, but I'm also a certified dementia practitioner and a certified dementia care trainer. And I hold a degree in human behavior. So I am part of the Blue Talks gang. And I really appreciate Laura asking me or inviting me to co-host with her today. And so basically what I do, my expertise is in living with Alzheimer's disease and dementia. So I actually am a resource and I help people navigate through the heartbreaking challenges of living with these diseases day by day. They're so complicated. And I help family members, I help caregivers, and I've written several books on the subject. I also host a weekly podcast on the subject. And my goal, I have personally had 8 family members of my own that have lived with one of the 200 brain diseases that causes dementia.
Oh, wow.
And so my experience dates back 50 years when my grandmother was diagnosed with what they called back then senile dementia.
Mm-hmm.
And but I've been doing this professionally for 30 years now because all this time families have been telling me that they get a diagnosis and then they don't know what to do next. There's like no set expectations. They don't know where to go. They don't know what resources are available. So I decided I'm going to become that resource for them and help them. So it makes their lives a little easier and not have to try to figure everything out from square one during such a trying and stressful situation in their lives.
Thank you, Lisa. It's good to have that background. And I tend to forget to introduce myself. So hi, I'm Laura Lake. I am the host of this show. It's called Blue Talks Amplify Your Message. Blue Talks is a brand run by Corey Poirier. And I'm just going to plug his new book. If you haven't gotten his new book, The Enlightened Passenger, oh my God. I cried. I was so shocked at the end, and I haven't even written a review yet because I've been so busy, but okay. Where I'm coming from is I actually have a background in architecture, and I did it in a way where I was working with human habit and mental health through design. So then it was kind of a natural flow when I got into entrepreneurship to keep talking about high performance and mental health. So now what I talk about is courageous connection, hence all these conversations with lovely people where we talk about emotions and storytelling in a way that helps with marketing. So Holly, I see you in the background. We have lots of intros. I'm going to bring you up. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Awesome. Hi, Holly. I love you.
Hello.
Hi. Can you read the sign behind you? Because I know people are going to be like, what does that say? So
it says, I'm like, what sign? It says, you can do it. I believe in you.
You can do it, Holly. I believe in you. Before, I like the joke. So before we went on, Holly's like, what am I supposed to expect? Casual conversation.
I have to live by that mantra every single day with what I do, helping people, navigate through these situations. So I'm with you on that 100%.
So no worries, casual conversation. We're going to highlight the badass version of Holly behind all of the skills that you have. So Holly, I like to start off every interview the same way, because 1, I'm doing research, and 2, it's so much fun. So Holly, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Oh my goodness. I actually just did this exercise yesterday. I have them written down. Isn't that crazy?
Don't write them down in the moment, right now.
No. I'm saying like I literally did this exercise yesterday with some people.
Was it
Which is
with
crazy,
Morgan?
with other people like describing me. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is so crazy. So I can tell you what they are.
But is it what you want them to be? That's the difference.
Well,
Not
let's
how
read them. Let's read them and then I'll give you my assessment.
Perfect.
Optimistic,
Mm-hmm.
caring. I remember details. I'm very thoughtful. And I have consistent energy. I'm easy to be around.
Love
Is
it.
that how you want to be described?
So optimistic, yeah, that's a big one for me. The one that talks about being thoughtful and remembering details, that is a big one. I have one that I think I would put bigger. And the consistent energy is very important to me because I have done a lot of personal growth and a lot of personal development and personal growth, and that is important to me to not be living in those ups and downs like I used to. But the one that I would put higher, that's more important to me that I hope other people see, is my honesty, my integrity. How I just lead in a place of loving compassion and always doing the right thing.
Lead with loving. I can't write that fast. Passion. Because what I do with all of the words that people give me, I know the light doesn't help,
Okay.
is I'm creating like a spreadsheet of what everybody says. So I can find patterns, right?
Fun.
But the extra fun part of this is before we know about you and your business and your message, those words that you told us and how you express them tells us a lot about who you are as a human being, what you value, how you like to show up in the world, and how you interact with other people.
I love that.
I know.
So good.
So Holly, you said, okay, I'm going to tell me if I have the right words that you want.
Okay.
So optimistic, honest/integrity, whatever that energy is of the combo. And then the leading with loving compassion.
Yeah.
Those are your top three? Cool. So then now we're going to talk about why. And I know it's connected to your message. So if you bleed into that, it's great. So what does optimistic, honest or integrity, and leading with loving compassion? Why those?
That's good. And I think, so I'm a holistic health coach, and I think as a coach wow, there's really good parallels here now that I'm putting them together, to show up in a place where you have that level of optimism and belief in someone, because typically when someone is looking for a coach, they're in a problem set that they want solved. And oftentimes they've tried things before and they haven't worked. So when you can show up as a coach and be in that place where you view them as pure potential and believe in themselves before they learn how to believe in them before they learn how to believe in themselves. So I think that's really big. And, especially as a coach, especially how I coach, and I know when I was brand new and just starting this and being coached, right, I was in that place where I didn't have that belief in myself. So I learned the importance of how vital this is to show up with that in that space as a coach.
It really is. So then next question, this is like my set intro kind of questions. The next question is, what is your core message?
My core message. You mean in terms of what I do or just the core message?
If you have a personal core message and a business core message and they're different, share both.
Oh my goodness. I really think, I don't have any official statement, but I think like the whole framework that I teach is called Rocky. It's Rocky inspired. And I think when we hit midlife, we've gotten to the place where we've achieved all of the things that we were told would make us happy. We've got a spouse and kids and the big house and the career. Yeah, all the things. We've checked the boxes. But at the same time, being in midlife and juggling all these things, plus aging parents and community stuff, and then the kids are, getting older and empty nest, and then, half of us are getting divorced, all of this stuff. And it literally is going 15 rounds with Apollo Creed. Like midlife is like going a 15 rounds with Apollo Creed. And the message is that, in the first Rocky movie, he lost the fight, but no one would call him a loser because he went 15 rounds and he got up and everyone viewed Rocky as a winner. So even though, we may get a divorce, even though we may, lose a parent, even though we're empty nesters, like our lives are changing, we're still winning, even though we feel some of these losses.
Yeah. I think I was talking yesterday about, I don't remember if it was live or behind the scenes, but I was talking about my birthday party in January and how I invited a bunch of friends and my brother showed up and my mother showed up. And yeah, at first I felt really hurt, but then I realized this is what I've been asking for. The friends that really care about me and where I'm going, and realize that I can't always message you and I can't always be with you because my body and my mind aren't always in that place. And I've been asking for those friends that could ride through all those waves with me. And the universe was like, this is where you're at.
Yeah.
They're not physically in your location, they're online. So then I had the random friends, right? The online friends message me like videos and stuff. And I'm like, okay, so I'm not actually alone. I'm surrounded by people that care.
Yeah.
And we tend to miss that. Still winning with the progression, winning with where we want to go and not where we were before.
And I think that brings up a really good point, is that so many people, when we, and I deal a lot with, in the health space with midlife women and, with a lot of weight gain and energy loss and restless nights. And those are the big three. And looking at it from the perspective of a lot of this has changed. And, so many people, they focus on the door that's closed. They focus on the negative. They focus on all of, the stuff that's like, okay, all of this happened, but from the negative perspective, not realizing there's other doors that are open.
Yeah. Oh, have you ever been in one of those double elevators where you press the button and you're expecting those doors to open when really it's the back of the
That's
elevator?
exactly it. Oh my goodness, I love that analogy.
Go ahead,
I think I'm obviously older than the two of you, and so I'm past midlife. And I think one of the things, just from my kind of perspective versus your perspective being younger than I am, I think one of the things, I agree with everything you just said, Holly, in terms of, you get to be middle age and you start checking off the boxes of everything that you have on or had on your bucket list, because at that point in your life, it's all about accomplishment, 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 accomplishment. Well, fast forward to my age group, I'm a baby boomer, and your whole perspective of things change. And it becomes a time of reflection, I think, when you're my age and even older. And you realize that everything that has happened to you, whether it's positive or negative, just ends up being part of the recipe of the person you become.
Yeah.
And you reflect back and you ask yourself, well, what part would be a do-over for me? And I'll tell you, I just learned one of life's biggest lessons. Can I share it with everybody? So I just did a Blue Talk at Northwestern University, and Corey interviewed a gentleman who he goes by the name the Quad Father. And
yes.
are you aware of him?
Yeah, Brian. Yeah.
Brian, yeah. I mean, this man just blew me away.
Oh, he's wonderful.
When Corey interviews his guests, he wasn't a speaker. He was one of the interviews that Corey did that day that we were at this event. There were like 8 of us speaking. And he asked Brian, he goes, I asked this of all my guests. He said, if you could go back in a time machine and change anything that has happened to you in your life. Now, this man has been a quadriplegic since he was 19 years old. It was a football accident. He broke his neck. And I think everybody was expecting him to say, well, yeah, if I had a time machine and I could do my life over, I wouldn't live the rest of my life as a quadriplegic. And he said to everybody, he said, I wouldn't even change that because of the person that I am today. And I wouldn't want to change who I became. And that just, we're just sitting there just awestruck that somebody who's been confined to a wheelchair for 50 years, I want to say, would still choose that life knowing what he knows now. And I was just blown away because I don't think too many people would look at life that way. So that was a really valuable life lesson for me to hear somebody say he wouldn't change a thing. And he's been confined to a wheelchair for 50, maybe almost 50 years. And I think that's very telling of somebody's outlook on life, that we realize we have to be grateful for no matter what cards are dealt to us, because we all have problems. Some of us have worse problems than others, just like you were saying, Holly. And life is, there's no question about it, life is a challenge. But to hear somebody say that I still wouldn't even change being a quadriplegic is just mind-blowing. So I wanted to share that with everybody, especially since it happened during a Blue Talk event, that what an inspiration that all of us should take a lesson from this man, that you gotta just be grateful for what life deals you and just deal with whatever it is in the best way you can, right?
Coming right back to Rocky, right, Holly?
Yep.
So can you elaborate a little bit more on like your version of that Rocky Apollo fight? And you were saying how even though he wasn't the winner, he's doing all these amazing things. How is that a part of your core message for women like me, midlife?
Yeah. You want to jump into the framework? I can do the framework in like 90 seconds. I can talk about it for an hour, but I can just very briefly. The Rocky framework that I teach, it's actually a 3-phase strategic approach, but I broke it into Rocky because Rocky's so much fun, right? Mm-hmm. And the R is rear view mirror. And that is getting right with your past. That's looking at breaking those old patterns and beliefs that we continue to get stuck. The O is own your ship with a P, like a boat. That's personal responsibility. That is beyond just discipline. It's beyond willpower. It is saying, you know what, I can't change the past, but going forward, I have agency in my life, and I can change the daily things that I do to create a healthier lifestyle. And then C is create your future self. And really that's looking at it from the perspective of, I think so often as women, and especially midlife, we look at the diet, we look at the quick fix, we look at the diet culture, we look at the lose 10 pounds in 2 weeks, and we're not looking at that long-term perspective of our health. You know, when we're in our 40s and 50s, we still have 30, 40, 50 years to live. And the decisions that we make today, the actions that we make today are going to dictate. I mean, Lisa, you work with Alzheimer's and dementia patients. I mean, there's lifestyle, nutrition and lifestyle factors. You know, it's not 100%. It's not, if I do this, I'm never going to get sick, but we can stack the cards in our favor.
Absolutely, we can. Yeah.
So that's C, create your future self. K is keep the vision, not the view. This is the piece where I think a lot of other coaches health coaches in the space miss, because it's not just the lifestyle and nutrition factors. It's not just eating better and exercising, right?
Mhm.
It's figuring out how to make this sustainable. And that comes from a place of acknowledging the obstacles are going to happen every single day. I mean, today I was downstairs, I was washing dishes, and I got like a little like, spray, and I was like, oh shoot, did I stain my shirt? Am I going to have to change? Like stuff like that. It just happens
Yeah.
every single day. It doesn't have to be a big, monstrous event. It is, oh, I'm running late. I overslept. The kids got homework due. Fight with the spouse. All of these things. Oh, I forgot to, pull out dinner from the freezer, right? All of these things, that the obstacles happen every single day. And because we have these lives that we go and just such demanding days, we forget that, like, oh geez, and it just knocks everything off. So the healthy eating is, you know what, I'm just going to stop at Chick-fil-A on the way home and get dinner.
No. Oh my God. And when you said, did I?
Learning how to create this effort, making this an effortless part of your lifestyle, so that when the obstacles happen, it doesn't even phase you. And then, yeah, I mean, case in point, I was at MIT, Blue Talks MIT. The plane was delayed 3 hours. And it was one of those 3-hour delays that they kept saying every 20 minutes, we're going to be boarding soon.
Yes.
And they lost their spaghetti. Like they were screaming at the attendants. I just pulled up a spot and I'm just doing some work and I'm watching, right? They are screaming at the attendants. I'm like, there's nothing they can do. They're running to Dunkin' Donuts and, getting their bagels and their donuts. They're going to the bar at 8 o'clock in the morning and drinking. I mean, like they can't handle the stress of a 3-hour delay. Back to what I just said, the consistent energy, right? It's learning how to just be peaceful during the everyday struggles that happen. And then the whys come back home to you. And that's circa Wizard of Oz, right? Learning, oh, we've had it inside of us all along, spoiler alert. And really learning to not just listen to yourself and what your body needs, but then also being in that place where you can be the ripple effect, because we don't live in a silo. We're leaders at work and at home in our community, and we can be in that place where we can celebrate a healthier lifestyle. That things don't always have to revolve around the Costco cake, right? Or they don't always have to go out, drinking. You can have fun. You can make it about the connections. You can make it about the people. These events don't have to be about the food or the alcohol. Or if they're there, it doesn't have to be the main thing. And there is a way to create a ripple effect in your life, in your community, in your workplace, to be able to celebrate each other and to help each other keep those healthy lifestyles that they're trying to do as well.
So where did all of this come from? Is it from personal experience or somebody that was close to you? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, the framework just kind of came, I don't know, just divine intervention. It just kind of came to me. But with my background, I actually used to be the chief of staff for the FBI's counterintelligence program. So my background is I wasn't an agent, I was in data analytics. So I was a project manager overseeing all of the data analytics for counterintelligence. So my big thing is, like, I like to help women find the clues. Like, that's what it's about, is finding those clues. And I thought, so back in the day, I weighed 110 pounds and I was a competitive mountain bike racer. And I thought I was healthy. I thought I was the epitome of health because I was thin and I was athletic. And what I realized after breast cancer, autoimmune disease, and then debilitating chronic fatigue was that the number on the scale, or if you're like that doesn't dictate what good metabolic health is. And like you talked about the challenges, like going through that, I would have never gotten to this place. Like I probably 95% of my diet was processed foods and sugar, drinking 6 cans of Coca-Cola a day, living on French fries and pizza and ice cream. And, I was younger and I was very active. So I just thought, well, I'm thin, so that means I'm healthy. And realizing that it's not just the number on the scale, it's like nutrition, it's lifestyle factors, it's stress, it's the thoughts you put into your mind. Laura, you just talked about relationships. It's the relationships that you have. It's all of these things that come together to create optimal health. And I think we forget that. And especially going with these demanding schedules, we forget that. And I was there and my health suffered because of it. So that's why I am so passionate to be in this place where I can share this information to really not just educate, but just to help women take action to say, you know what, I'm ready to make a change in my life, that I don't want to go down that road.
No, I can't tell you how many times I've been down that road. Like, you gain the same 15, 20, 40, 50 pounds, whatever it is for you, right? Different parts of our lives. But I know that I came to the conclusion that the stereotypical conversation of diet, exercise, diet, exercise, diet, exercise that we've heard over and over again for 50 years, 70 years, whatever it happens to be, a lot. There's so much more to the conversation than all of those external things.
Yeah.
I did health and wellness as well while doing architecture. And I came up with a formula. I call it the bedmass of wellness, basically to teach people that we need to be aware of the principles of wellness, but there is no one right way to do any of it. And that it does need to start on the inside. Just as you were saying, the rear view mirror, the own your ship, create your future self, keep the vision in view. And don't worry, I wrote them down. Those are interior factors that need to happen so you naturally and easily do those exterior factors that everybody talks about.
And I absolutely love that acronym that you came up with. It's so powerful. I wanted to just
thank you.
I just love it. It's very creative, but it's accurate. It's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think what happens is that you talk about, kind of the external versus internal. We all have the coin, right? And our life doesn't change. We have a coin, and we talk about the career and spouse and kids and aging parents, all this stuff, right? So we place our value in all of these external things. So we give all of ourselves to all of these external things. We try to fix everything outside of us. And we completely are disconnected from ourselves.
And that's why I talk about courageous connection. Like, see, I know this all comes together.
Yeah. And it drains us. We have absolutely no energy.
Yeah.
But what happens when you flip that coin, when you focus on that internal, I like to say, come back home to you, and you focus on that internal validation and that internal space and that internal healing, you have it's the same coin. It's the exact same things in your life. But now, instead of having them drain you, or you're a little resentful of all these things that are supposed to make you happy, you now have the energy to go and enjoy them and love them and be happy with them.
You mentioned internal validation. How do we do that? I know there are many people asking that question. How do we do that?
Yeah. My thing is, I like time in the quiet. And I mean, I know there's a bunch of different, ways and techniques. My favorite is time in the quiet. And whether that's, spending time in nature, spending time in prayer, spending time in meditation, or just spending time, in the quiet, I think that's really where those answers come from. And the technique that I teach with learning to listen to those signs that your body gives from a health perspective in terms of what is best for you, and cutting through all of the noise with all of the diet culture out there, and really finding what are the right foods that are going to nourish me. We are so noisy as a society. Until you get quiet, you're never going to hear that inner voice. Yeah. And I think a lot of that goes hand in hand. And I'll give you a really good example of this. This was a few months ago. I was working on a problem set. I was like, I was finished working for the day. And I was like, let me just go into some meditation. And so I went into some meditation, and I didn't, I normally don't ask for a sign. I'm just not a, God give me a sign kind of person. I usually just trust that I know the answer is going to come. But that specific day, I was like, I'm going to ask for a sign. And I finished my meditation. It was like Saturday afternoon. And I mean, it's just me and my pug. I'm by myself. I'm a divorced empty nester. So I was like, I was watching I was watching Charlie's Angels, the old school reruns, right, from the 70s. So I turned on the episode, whatever episode was next. Within the first 2 minutes, my answer was as clear can be.
Aww.
And here's the thing, how many times do we, just because our lives are so noisy, it's really uncomfortable to be quiet and to be present. So how many times, right, have you turned on the TV and then instantly went to the phone, or you turn on the TV and you're working on your laptop, or you turn on the TV, you've got the laptop, right, all of them at the same time. If I would have been on my phone, like playing Sudoku or scrolling on Instagram or something, I would have missed the message. So you have to be quiet to hear those messages. And those messages are the breadcrumbs of life. Whether you believe God, universe, it's all divine and it's all going to come to you. You just have to be open and receptive and learn to know what those clues are. And when you can get present inside, it helps to turn that internal, like you're not looking at all of these external things to tell you what to do or where to go. It's that answer is coming from within. And I think the more we can spend time there, the more we can realize I have these answers within and I have this power inside of myself.
Yeah. I used to get anxiety attacks after my bicycle accident and after some other things that caused PTSD. And what really helped me through it was exactly what you said, like taking a moment. And when I was having mine, it wasn't like the typical like hyperventilation. It just felt like something was off and my chest was tight. And it's like there was this little kind of feeling in my head. That was it. So subtle. But then I started asking myself, okay, I understand that there's an emotion that I have not been listening to. So whatever you are, speak up now or forever hold your peace. I am listening. And then whatever emotion it was would jump in and they'd give me some sort of message, either in my head or physically. And then I could listen to the subtleties, because that's when the anxiety attack was them yelling, you're not listening, you're not listening. And so I had to take that step back and calm and listen to the subtleties. But the messages are there. They tell you what to do.
Yeah,
They are.
Yeah. I actually have an exercise if you're interested, just to share. You brought up a really good point. My, one of my, what do you call it? I don't even know what to say, but yeah, anxiety. Anxiety's always been a big one for me. And fortunately, having the tools, and I actually like to call them the crayons in the crayon box versus the tools. And, just because it's just like a different way to color in life. And so what I do, and I've got a bunch of different exercises and modalities that I teach the students in my program, but I love sharing this one publicly because I think it's just so much fun. And whether it's anxiety or, some kind of, depression or anger or whatever that colorful emotion is, I like to pretend like it's coming into my house as a visitor. So it's ringing the doorbell. It's asking permission to come in. So I have a pug, so I pretend like he's running around crazy, like getting all excited, right? I invite anxiety in, say, please take off your shoes, come inside. Would you like, I have filtered water. Like, would you like some filtered water? Would you like a cup of tea? Literally offer it something to drink. I was like, let's come into the living room, have a seat, please sit here. Feel free to put your feet up. And if I'm not home and like present to this, I will physically walk through this in my house. But if I'm somewhere that I just need to just visualize, I'll visualize it, right? And I'll just sit on the chair and I'll have a conversation. I was like, hey, what's up? What's the reason for the visit? And then I just get quiet and I just listen. And then I ask, what's the lesson? What are you here to teach me today? And then I listen. And I can't tell you how many just brilliant, like just epiphanies and ahas and like, wow, I never thought of it this way. And when we're finished, I say, thank you for visiting, walk anxiety back out the door, lock the door up. And it's such a beautiful exercise because it really helps to create some neutrality. It puts you in control and saying you are allowing this emotion in as a visit. I mean, the emotions, they're human. Like they're a part of us and we try to demonize them. But like they're here to teach us a lesson. And it's a great way to just learn and to listen. And the answer on the other side of this exercise is always really powerful.
That's going to be one of my takeaways from today. And I've never heard that before. I absolutely love the idea. I can visualize me doing it. And thank you for that, because I'm going to try it.
It works on any colorful emotion that you're just not quite happy with.
Really? And just pretend like it's somebody that you're welcoming. Oh, I love that idea.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That really is brilliant. Thank you for.
Thank you.
That's going to be one takeaway.
Molly, have you read the poem called The Guest House by Rumi?
I don't think so.
Because that's exactly what it describes.
Oh my goodness.
Inviting emotions in as if they're guests in a house, hence the guest house.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
You should go look it up and read it.
I will. Oh my goodness.
Or I can send it to you. Yeah. That was one of the things that one of my mindfulness mentors taught me. She's like, go read this poem. She's like, it explains a lot. And then when I went to Boston, did all the things that were scary, right? Had the personal growth. When I came back, that's exactly what it felt like that was going on in my mind and body, was that all of my spiritual mentors, which I'm just learning about, and all of my emotions just decided to barge into my mind with all their suitcases and just started unpacking. And I'm like, what? No. And I started panicking. That's exactly what it felt like.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. I just needed some time to chill, work through all that, have conversations with each one of them to finally feel at ease and to be okay in my own house again. I love that. So the Rocky, the midlife, health and wellness. We talked a little bit about the validation. You said something about a practice. Did you want to practice having somebody come in, or was you just showcasing a practice?
Oh no, I was just sharing that as an example. Yeah.
And then the other question that I was going to ask, the theme for today was going to be asking people, what did you do beforehand? But you already brought up, I love how you just did it naturally. You already brought up that you were, let me see if I got this right, data analyst for the FBI?
Chief of staff, yeah.
Chief of staff? Okay, I don't know what any of those mean.
Yeah, so, and the through line begins when I was about 10 years old. Because I like to say I help women in midlife find the clues to improve their health. And it began when I was about 10, and I love putting puzzles together. Mm-hmm. And we had this enormous dining room table. So I would take I would take 3 puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, dump them out on the table, mix them up, put them back together. And so that's my brain, like the sixth sense, I see dead people. I see patterns. And ever since I was 17 years old, before Silence of the Lambs, I wanted to work for the FBI. So it was literally a dream come true. And yeah, so I joined in 2004. So it was post 9/11. And what I did was, if you remember back then, the internet was still very new. Databases, online systems were still very new. And none of the agencies talked to each other. The agencies internally didn't talk, within themselves, hence the whole collapse of information. So I came in as a project manager / data analyst. And what I did was they took the Congress put out the WMD Commission report and the 9/11 Commission report. And out of that, they basically broke down the FBI's national security and what wasn't working, what was broken, and what needed to be fixed. Yeah. And out of those 2 commission reports, I helped to stand up offices. So I would take disparate pieces that were broken and not talking, but should belong together. And I helped put those pieces together and create these program offices. I guess they liked what I did because they had to go to Congress and open up the billet to be a chief of staff. So I ran an entire office in counterintelligence specifically on data analytics. And we looked at predicting future trends based on the data analytics from the past. And that again is another through line with what I do working with women is, we need to think about these future trends in our lives. We need to think about heart disease, diabetes, cancer, autoimmune disease, Alzheimer's, dementia. Like, we need to think about this now. We don't need to think about this when we're 60 and 70 and 80. We need to think about this now. And we need to look back at our past, right? What got us here in the first place, not from a negative perspective, right? But from a curiosity perspective, to put those pieces together, right? And to then make peace with it, and then to use that puzzle to help us create that future self. So that's the through line from all of all of the things that I've done.
That's exactly what I wanted to highlight, is that even though you had a different career or a different interest before you're doing whatever it is that you're doing now, all of those skills connect. Everything transfers. Sometimes you just need to be a little bit resourceful to make them work for what you're doing.
Yeah.
But I love seeing that. Some of the people watching, they're just getting started in business, or maybe they don't quite know what their message is yet, let alone how to amplify it. So we do have a few minutes left. First, I want to make sure that people know where to find you. So what is your favorite way of communicating? And then, of course, where do we find you?
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 places. Number 1, I hang out on Instagram, and that's at holly.bertone. I have a lot of fun on Instagram. And then I have a podcast. It's called Your Midlife Comeback Story. And the podcast just went through a little rebrand. So we have a fun new graphic, which I'm super excited about. And global top 5%. We've got about 127 episodes, give or take.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Go Holly. Go Holly. So we have a speaker. We have a podcaster.
Yep.
Do you also write as well?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, when you were talking about people that might just be fairly new, when I was in my 20s, I remember going to a women's networking lunch, and I remember the speaker said, when you think about what's going to light you up in your career, it's what did you love to do as a child? Now, not necessarily like, play with Barbies or climb trees or Matchbox cars, whatever. Like, but it's that activity, not necessarily the thing, right? But what was that you love to do? Like, what is that through line? And that has stuck with me ever since. And I think it's been a big piece of my life, is putting the puzzle pieces together. So I also wanted to offer that too.
That's exactly like me. I remember my teacher being so frustrated that I would finish my work so quickly, and I already did all the extra worksheets, and she bought me a book and I read that and everything. That she was just like, fine, go play with the pattern board. And we had it was like trim, like border wood trim kind of thing, where you put the little toys and you created patterns. And she was expecting like 3-piece, maybe 4-piece patterns. I had 25-piece patterns, and she didn't recognize what the pattern was. And it went like across 2 full walls.
I love it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I recognized it later when I was looking back, just as you said, what's the through line?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I love patterns. Yay, patterns. Okay. So Holly, I also like to leave space at the end of an interview, just in case there's anything on your mind or in your heart that you need to share. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
Oh my goodness. I think the theme of this past week, I've had multiple conversations about how comfortable we are and how we don't seem to want to make a change until we're kind of forced to. And really to encourage you to think about, why am I comfortable, and what do I want my future self to look like? And how am I going to get there, regardless of whether that's your health or your business or anything like that? Because I think now is the time to step up and to take these actions to make it happen.
Now is
I don't
the
think
time.
people think about that, though. I think the majority of people just become complacent and don't even think that positive changes are possible. And I think it's got to at least start there, right?
Yeah. Actually, the last couple weeks, I've been doing Randy Spelling's U 2.0 14-day challenge, which is exactly that. He programs you with it is possible, and then asking just what you said, Holly, like what is it that you want? How do you want to show up? What does that program look like? So that we can update that program and you can start living it today.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the things that I started practicing, I think day 12 when he asked, was this calm confidence, which is kind of that energy of like that inner trusting of I don't have to be all the way up here, but I don't have to be all the way down here either. The confidence can be calm instead of excitable. It feels good.
My coach says I have this unwavering knowingness, meaning I just know it's going to work out. I mean, not from a Holly Anna perspective, but just this knowingness that regardless of what life brings, it's always in my favor. And it's hard to go down to those lows when you just know that everything is going to be okay, and it creates that stability and that inner peace.
But don't you think that you're manifesting that because you believe it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I totally believe that. And I'm with you on that. I always seem to land on my feet. And that's what I believe is going to be the end result. And I think, it's probably partially that I'm manifesting that. And my whole life seems to have been that way, even though there's been a lot of challenges and ups and downs, but I always seem to land on my feet. So I think it really ties into what you were just saying.
Yeah, we have more agency than we think we have.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you so much, Holly, for being here and always being so fun to talk to.
I know.
Yes. Remind me to connect you with people that I don't even remember anymore that I needed to connect you with. Just send me a message.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We have our next guest in the background. Andrew, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come to stage. Awesome. Hi, Andrew.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, Andrew.
Hello.
Good.
Lisa.
I love your smile.
Oh, thank you.
I saw that in your photo. I was like, he has such a warm and welcoming smile.
Well, thank you very much.
You do.
And it's going to bug me, so I'm going to address this first. What does it say behind you on the bookshelf?
So on which level? So on the very top level, actually, it might be a good place for us to start. Yeah, there's the Oculus at the top level. The bookshelf kind of tells a career story. So that's the flagship product of the company that I work for now, Meta Platforms. Obviously, the next level down is my new book, as well as an airplane that's 767, which was the flagship of our fleet at UPS, which is the company I worked for before during COVID. Then the next level down, you've got what you can't see on the side of that UPS package car is a small white square with a picture of Taylor Swift. And one of the deals that I did was historic at UPS in that it was the first time in the company's over 100-year history that it co-branded itself with another brand. And Taylor Swift was the lucky recipient of that co-branding deal. And then the rest is just diplomas and education.
Wow. I mean, I ask because a lot of people are visual, and if they're looking on a phone, they know that there's something that stands out. And if I don't address it, that's the only thing they're thinking about.
So are you saying it's distracting? I should probably change it.
A little, unless it's part of your brand, and then it just works right into conversation.
Indeed.
So Andrew, I do love to start every interview basically the same way. That was a little different. Because I want to do some research, but then I also want to know a little bit about you before you even tell us your message. Usually it's mess to message, as well as your business, because you'll get to see how they connect, and it's a lot of fun. Okay. So if you're ready, I'm going to ask you my opening question.
I think so. Yeah.
You're like, I'm confused and nervous. No, I'm playful. This is casual conversation. We're just going to have fun with it. So, Andrew, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
That's a great question. Committed, loyal, and caring.
And of course, the follow-up is why? Why committed, loyal, and caring?
Well, I choose committed over dedicated because I think committed really encaptures that it's not just to a vocation, but it's to meaning in life. It's kind of broader than just my work and my profession. Anything that I do, the causes that I care about, I would hope that people believe that I am in every fiber of my being focused on the good of those organizations or that mission. Loyal, which is adjacent to committed, but has more of a relationship kind of ism to it. I would hope that the people in my life that I have relationships with, particularly my daughter and my wife and my family, my mother and father and sister, know that unquestionably that I am going to be there for them, which is why I choose loyal. Secondly, and then I forgot
Caring.
what did I say? Caring. Well,
Caring, yeah.
that, it kind of makes sense for me to say that because the world is so uncaring, and it absolutely does. To your earlier point, connect to the message of my book. The We live in very extraordinary times where I think people are yearning for authentic, caring leaders, and not just leaders, but also relationships. It's so we are so tied into individualism these days, uh, partially as a result of media, partially a result of not just traditional media, but also social media, but also just the nature of our economic systems, where everything is about what can you do, what can you produce. My hope is that people see the value added of a relationship with me as one where I am pouring into them, that I am caring for them. And that should be the focus of folks who are leading organizations, leading families, and even leading themselves. Sometimes self care is something that we often miss and forget about. But in every kind of layer of my life, I would hope that people see that I'm both caring for them and also for myself.
I was going to ask you if those 3 characteristics that you um, identified as being your top 3, if you're seeing those as being anomalies today, but I mean, you can expand on it, but I kind of hear you saying that. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. And I think I think it's cyclical for society. Um, when we were going through the pandemic, for example, which is where I started my leadership journey, before I knew it was going to be like a huge pandemic, I took a role leading an organization of about 20,000 people. And I had no idea that caring would be the most important thing to think about. Most executives come and step into a role and they're thinking productivity, they're thinking profit, they're thinking efficiency, they're thinking strategy, they're thinking all of these corporate words. But when you go through crisis, the things that people care about are none of those things. They want to know, do you care about me? And so since 2020, we have been in a world where I think people are asking that question, and that is a gating question. It changes how I respond and react to what I'm presented with, be it a job. If the job doesn't care about me, I'm not going to care about it. It's almost like we are in a world where people are really focusing their energies on, the answer to that question.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to reframe it just a little, just to add to it, not to take away at all.
Mhm.
I think of it as the idea of, am I trying to draw you in, or am I trying to push you away? And it's not just with human beings, it's with every single thing. Am I trying to push away money, or am I trying to let it in? Am I trying to push away love, maybe in certain forms and not in others? Who knows? Or am I trying to draw it in? Same thing, right? So then that idea of caring tends to be more of the human-centered version of that. But really, we're driven by what? Things we like and things we don't like. So it's toward or against.
Absolutely.
And so now you're just saying, I want to be moving toward you. Do you want to be moving toward me? Can we move forward together?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So then, Andrew, how do these words, the committed, the loyal, and the caring, how do they weave into your core message? So can you tell us what your core message is?
Sure. So when I wrote my book, I started journaling in 2018. There were three things that really popped out of the 2019-2020 pandemic crisis for me. We're in the midst of a leadership crisis. Conscientiousness is the single most important trait for leaders today, and that we must restructure organizations around people. Those are kind of the three basic messages that I would hope when I lead a team, but also if anyone who's following me and reads my book, that they will walk away with actionable strategies around those three things.
Do you see it happening?
Do I see what happening?
Those three things you just said.
Oh, yes. Leadership. Yeah. So the leadership crisis. So I think it's been a slow moving crisis for several years. And it's actually, let me take a half step back and talk a little bit about the research that kind of informs that first point. When I considered what other generations have experienced or dealt with crisis in the way that we are presently going through, one really pops out in mind, and that's the 1920s to 1970 cohort of leaders. They were the World War I, the World War II generation, and so when I started looking and comparing at, well, how did leaders through that tumultuous time, what were they thinking about? What did they care about? What were they focused on? And I compared it to the next 50 years. What you find is a marked difference between the 1920, 1970 cohort and the 1970 to 2020 cohort. So let me give you just an anecdote. There was a CEO, Thomas Watson of IBM, a CEO between like 1914 and 1956. He was really focused on people. So he argued after his experiences leading people through this time, that to build a business that lasts, you have to treat employees with the same core respect and consideration that you would give your best customers. That was kind of his lead in. There were others like David Packard of HP. He's a 1947 to 1964 CEO. And his thought was a company has greater responsibility than making money. Can you imagine a CEO saying that? A greater responsibility than making money for its stockholders. He said, we have a responsibility to our employees to recognize their dignity as human beings. Now, when you compare that kind of worldview to the post-1970s worldview of some leaders, take, for example, Alan Dunlap, who was the CEO of Sunbeam. Alan was known, not Alan, Albert. He was known for tearing apart companies. And his famous quote was, employees don't matter. The only thing that matters is shareholder value. Literally, this is he was known as kind of this guy that would come in, fire everyone, profits would go through the roof, but there was a very different focus for this post 1970 cohort of leaders. And I think what the distinction between the two groups is that during the pandemic, for us, everyone everywhere at the same time was experiencing the same thing. They're experiencing this event, and everyone could walk away from it with kind of a shared understanding of the things that they considered important. The same is true for that early 1920s, 1970s cohort. They went through a lot together, and the what they agreed was, yeah, people matter. In the grand scheme of things, after bombs are dropped, when cities are leveled, when societies are turned upside down, what really matters is how uh, how we treat each other. And so their view on corporations, for example, and organizations was business owed workers. Well, as you moved away from that, the idea was that workers owed the business. And that continued, I think, unabated from 1970 to 2020. And then that's when we're starting to reevaluate some things as a people, as a society. And I think we're entering a period of time where there will be kind of this sustainable symbiosis between work and worker.
Wow. And I'm loving all the references, and I'm loving how you piece it in chronologically with the environment and the energy of that time. It makes me think of people like Simon Sinek, who I adore, where they're talking about leadership from a very empathetic and compassionate way. And then you get wonderful speakers like Susan David and Brene Brown talking about how emotions and compassion and empathy are the power skills, not the soft skills that we used to believe that they were. So I love that you said conscientiousness is most important right now for leaders. Like, wow, how did we get to that point?
Yeah, well, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's nothing new under the sun, and I certainly am a fan.
No.
In fact, I have Simon Sinek's book over there on my bookshelf. He's one of my favorite authors. He and Adam Grant. I take a lot of great points from. The pandemic changed something. So my friends, we call the pre-2019 period the before times. And something has felt off since then.
Yeah.
But I think we know why. We changed as people. It's not that the world changed dramatically, but we changed. And the truth is, that the world is what we have made it for so long. And if we, the organizations we have are the ones that we created. And I think because we have changed, we recognize that organizations must change as well. Everyone had to deal with loss. I'll give you an example for my own personal experience. I entered into corporate law with the specific goal of avoiding the topic of death. Now, my wife was a divorce lawyer for a while, so it was like the death of marriages. Then she was a prosecutor for a while, and literally dealing with murders and gangs and whatnot. Then she became a med mal lawyer, and so she was actually dealing with people who died as a result of botched procedures. I said, I don't want any of that. I'm going to go focus on patent law and technology, and I'm going to get as far away from death as possible. Well,
No.
it entered 2019, and on my team, I've had one of my dear friends now, whose brother died, and then in quick succession, his father died. I lost a dear mentor who had been my mentor since the time I started practicing law. And then just outside of my own personal life, we lost some great folks. I mean, Sean Connery, Alex Trebek, Kobe Bryant, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Jerry Stiller. I could go on and on. In 2020, we have almost forgotten. We've kind of started to block out the number of people that were taken from us. And that's a trauma response. And so the response of trying to get over that has impacted leaders and organizations. There was a huge wave of burnout amongst leaders that were, themselves trying to cope with the things that they had to deal with. I had to deal with the losses on managing people who have lost, and that was very tiring. So fast forward to today, and now we're trying to negotiate what exactly do we do to regain and retain high performance in a world where people have gone through so much loss, and that's where kind of the four moral imperatives that my research has produced, from examples of really successful companies in the past that and organizations that have had to deal with the same thing. There are really four moral imperatives that were non-negotiable for those organizations post-crisis to regain high performance. And so the book really is split into two parts. There's kind of the first part that describes what we are talking about now, what I call the conflagration. And then there's the second part, which talks about the moral imperatives. And then there's the more tactical, the moral imperatives are kind of the strategic view. This is strategically what we must do. And then we get down to the individual leader. There are really 5 moves that matter for individual leaders today to do what I think we all want, and that's to be better in the office and to build sustainable organizations.
Ooh. If I may, I'd love to share my definition of business, because halfway through my architectural career, which I did before all of this, that's when I learned out what the bottom line actually meant. I was like, what do you mean money? I had no idea. I thought the bottom line was, everybody's working great. We're being super successful. Business is coming in and out, people, that kind of stuff. No. So now I love to share this definition of heart-centered business. And here's my definition. So human beings helping other human beings to be the human beings they want to become. Every single business, if we think of them like that, is doing just that, whether it's through products or services or however they help people. And if you're not doing that, it will not be sustainable, period.
Completely agree. I'll tell you what I really love about that. It's in addition to kind of the day job, also run a small micro market, like a multi-site micro market business, and got an employee that what's really important to me is that for her, everything that she gets out of the business is additive to her personal life, and that is she is growing from a knowledge perspective, that she's growing from a financial perspective, to the point where decisions that are made around how the business operates really are focused on my employees' well-being and development. And so I think more organizations, especially highly matrixed and large competent ones, will kind of harken back to the way that our grandfathers' organizations were, in that they will start building processes and relationships that allow for long tenure, because there's some alignment between the individual's desires for growth and what they are getting out of the organization. There has to be that type of alignment.
Exactly, because it's about filling a need. And there is no need without a human being.
That's right.
Right. So, and then we were actually just talking about the differences between wants and needs yesterday with one of our guests. I love how all the conversations always flow.
Well, to your point, there is no need. You just said something very controversial. You said there is no need without human beings. And the reason that's controversial right now is because we're in a period of what author Azim Azar calls exponential age. It's an exponential age where technology is developing so fast, even at companies that I have worked with and for, that AI and technology is concerningly more and more able each day to supplant the need for humans. So what do you do when you enter into a period of time where there is low trust in organizations and leaders and a high rate of capability for technology to supplant the very humanity that has been the basis of our organizations for so long? These are the central questions that leaders will have to navigate today.
Yeah.
You said something that really caught my attention, because most of the conversation is kind of focused around organizations and leadership, but you said post-pandemic, you've noticed a dramatic change in people. And that really caught my attention, because I think a lot of us probably are seeing the same thing. So what significantly have you personally seen? What's your kind of assessment of how you've seen people change? And I think you said it was probably the pandemic that changed people. In what ways do you think we've changed? And do you think it ties into the fact that technology is developing faster than most of us, the layperson, can keep up with?
Yeah, for sure. And look, it's not just lay people. It's developing faster than I, even as a technologist in a high tech sector, can keep up with. I mean, every single day it's something different. But yes, I think it's a combination, to your point, combination of things. I think when we layer on top of the pandemic and the stressors that the pandemic brought, the additional considerations of technology moving at the pace that it's moving, surely that has made us kind of arrive at the changes that we are seeing in the workplace. So one of the changes, and we're starting to see articles written about this, the idea of descending the corporate ladder. There is less emphasis today on moving up and providing kind of lots of value to organizations, because the cost benefit analysis for most employees is that I don't see the benefit of doing so. When you add on top of the pandemic stressors also the economic distress that resulted, where in lots of industries there were layoffs, there was kind of a break in loyalty. There goes that word again, right? There's the break in loyalty between organization and worker, where many of them think, well, the organization did not have my back through a very difficult time. Why would I have the organization's back? And not putting a value judgment one way or the other on these questions. I think we all have to acknowledge that they are questions. And if you are a leader, if you're a conscientious leader who cares about people, you have to embrace the questions. There's also been a fair amount of research on productivity, how for decades productivity was going through the roof.
It was
right?
everything.
Productivity was everything. People were highly efficient. Like for every hour work, there was like X order of magnitude levels of productivity. And then 2020 happened. And what we're seeing now in the post-COVID environment, even though technology has gone up, which should make people more productive and more efficient, there's been a decrease in productivity. Now, there are lots of things that we could debate why that's going on. Is this the work from home, thing? But there are
generational.
Right? It's exactly. There's so many variables.
What'd you say?
Right. Quiet quitting.
Yeah,
quiet quitting. Yeah, I mean that just boggles my mind. But
so many variables. But the fact remains that we are seeing a decrease in productivity, and then leaders have to ask, well, why? How do we get back to where we're increasing productivity, or at the very least stemming the decline?
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to what came first, the chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah.
Was all this a result of us coming out the other side of the pandemic, and this is just a new lifestyle shift, a new ideology, a new mentality, or this is just a reflection of a new generation coming up, the
millennials? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I happen to be an older millennial, and I would say the other metaphor we could throw in there, or analogies, that it could just be like a platform, and this is the pandemic was the straw that finally collapsed the platform. We were already stressed as a society. We were already to the breaking point. And then, this sociological event resulted in people just saying, okay, now we're going to reset. We're going to reestablish a new relationship. And that, I think, is the most concerning for organizations. If that analogy holds, then the question is, how do you, as an organization, get back to or keep the level of efficiency, but also understanding that you are establishing a new floor with respect to work-life balance, with respect to how people interact in the workplace. And actually, I use some stories about this in different organizations inside the book, where the culture of an organization really is reflected in the way that people feel about it, in the way that people behave within the organization. And there are organizations where yelling at an employee, it used to be commonplace, especially in warehouse environments where you could, if you were the manager and you carried around that big M on your, on your chest, you could, curse at an employee. These things were not seen as abnormal. But to your point, as new generations enter the workplace, they have standards that they expect. And those standards may clash with organizational culture. So I have a thesis throughout the book. And my thesis is that any process or thought or experience or emotion that can manifest at an individual level, it may manifest at an organizational level, given the right conditions. This means that corporations can perpetuate acts that are hateful and loving. They can experience stages of life like growth and death. They can demonstrate vindictiveness as well as generosity. They can be innovative or stagnant. They can be sick and healthy, uncaring, and conscientious. There's that word again. So all of these expressions are a result of the composite personality that emerges as it's a distinct corporate reputation, and it's driven by the individuals within the organization. And so raising up, hiring and retaining and promoting leaders who are conscientious is more important now than it ever was before. Whereas the ethical executive, which was almost oxymoronic 20 years ago, may become kind of paradigmatic of the type of organizations that we need in order to survive in the future.
I think what you said is pretty accurate, descriptive of what we're seeing right now, and you called it a reset. And I think you're 100% right that that's where we are right now. We're in a reset period. So given that, where do you see things going from here? But considering the advancement of the technology, the AI, the political strife that's going on, where do you see us going from this reset period based on your research, your hypothesis of your research? Enlighten us on that, because this is really fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, I try not to make predictions because they are so often wrong. But I think I can safely say, tongue in cheek, there will be winners and losers. There will be organizations that were massive, important groups that will no longer be organizations in the future. We saw, and I talk a little bit about this, at the end of the pandemic, there was a 52-day period where we saw one of the largest banks in the United States fail. It may not have been the largest, but one of the largest that we had seen, Silicon Valley Bank. And then 52 days later, we saw another bank seizure. And these were organizations that people would have thought, there's no way that we would ever, we'd ever see this happen. There was a term back in the 90s, too big to fail, systemically important. These ideas that an organization can get to such a size in its importance that we just can't imagine going without it. Well, the funny thing is that the way millennials think, it's that we have existed. It's always from the perspective that there was a time before something became too big. And I don't necessarily have a connection to that world because I don't have the life experience of that, but I can talk to my 80-year-old grandfather and he can tell me about what the world looked like. And if the world existed before that organization came into being, it can exist afterwards. And so there's a fondness for the idea of what can be created in the absence of what exists today. And so organizations that believe they are beyond the impact of generational change that millennials are willing to bring, those are the organizations that are most likely to fail. They are the ones that are led by what I call traditional leaders. And they are uh, unwilling to adjust to the possibility of a world where they are not center.
Well, we're seeing that with Elon Musk. He's such a non-traditional leader. And, the traditional leaders are sitting back and scratching their heads going, what's this thinking? But he's visionary. I mean, he's a total visionary, but I don't know if his visions are completely being accepted yet, but it always takes time to catch up to new visions, right?
I don't talk about Elon in my book, but I'm glad you brought him up because he represents one type of leader that will be, I think, successful in the new world, even if you disagree with his point of view. And there are others on the other side as well, and that's why. So I use the polar opposites of Chick-fil-A and Nike as examples because Elon Musk is kind of a lightning rod. He really creates emotions depending on what side of the fence you sit on. But even as I wrote this book, one of the beta readers said, "Well, I didn't like the example of Chick-fil-A because I don't like their politics." But through the experience, the examples that I give in the book of how Chick-fil-A has been successful because of the authenticity that their leaders exude and the organizations that they have created, they've connected in a very real way to the people that care about them the most. One of the 4 ethical imperatives is community investment. And Chick-fil-A, like no other company, does it so well. And on the other side of that, you also have a company like Nike, a stereotypically West Coast, extremely progressive, very liberal organization. People who eat Chick-fil-A probably don't buy Nikes, and people who wear Nikes don't want to buy Chick-fil-A. But the fact is they are both extremely successful companies, and because of their authenticity and their community investment, they are better aligned to embrace what I call the future. I call the future tomorrow. They are the types of organizations that are best positioned to navigate the future.
I'm assuming Chick-fil-A is a U.S. thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. I'm sorry.
I know it's chicken, obviously, but other than that, I have no idea.
Do you have In-N-Out where you in Canada?
Do I have what?
In-N-Out.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a phenomena.
It's a what?
Andrew, you can explain it to her. I mean, this company, what they're doing, it just blows all of us away. But you don't have them in Canada, I don't think.
There might be in like the major cities, like East Coast. I have no idea.
So I think
we're just joint and the lines of
that we eat a lot.
Wait to get an In-N-Out burger at any time of the day. It's like wrapping around blocks.
It's fast food. Yes, it is. It's fast food. Look, we have a fascination with burgers and food here in the United States. Clearly,
I think even more so than Chick-fil-A is just the draw, that In-N-Out burger, and then the fences, like you say, you either just think In-N-Out burger is the greatest thing ever invented in the burger world, or it's like, I don't get this at all.
A couple of years ago, the radio was all excited about us getting a Popeyes, and they were giving out free biscuits. And I'm like, why would a supplement store be giving out biscuits? And I racked my brain for like 2 weeks before I found out it was a food place.
Yes.
I don't think Popeye's ever really caught on here that like In-N-Out or Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Popeyes is probably, I think more of a regional thing. Certainly, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. Certainly where I am, the southern U.S.
Yeah, but we have Popeye supplements all over the place here, and so I was like, "Why is the supplement store giving away
What do you mean
biscuits?"
supplements?
It seems like different directions.
What's a Popeye supplement?
So Popeyes is just a brand.
Yeah.
Of a supplement store. So picture like
fitness
supplements, right? If you want your
see here,
so if you want your protein powder and your multivitamins and all of that, you go to a supplement store.
So is Popeyes a chicken place?
Apparently there's both. So we had Popeye supplements for years, and then
drive-through chicken place.
Yeah, 3 years ago we got the drive-through chicken version of Popeyes, and that's why I was so confused. Anyway, Andrew, we have a few minutes left of your interview here. First off, you mentioned your book a few times. You didn't even tell us the name of your book.
Oh my goodness. The book is called The Ethical Imperative: Leading with Conscience to Shape the Future of Business.
Okay. Do you have a copy of it?
I do actually. I have a copy here that I've been, my own personal copy I've been reading and highlighting and making notes in.
Of course.
Looks like that. And my website, andrew-cooper.com, you can visit. There's some thought leadership pieces on there. There's the ability to purchase the book from different outlets. It's got some testimonials about my work, and if you want to connect with me, you can also connect with me there.
Awesome. What's your favorite way to communicate?
I like, this is probably odd for a millennial to say, but I like direct messages on LinkedIn. I like emails, but certainly you can connect as well through the contact me on the
Awesome.
website.
And then I always like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your mind or in your heart that you needed to say. So if there's something that you just needed the audience to take away from this conversation, what might that be?
I think the most important thing for the audience to take away is that we are not in unprecedented times, that sometimes the most important thing is to look to what our parents and their grandparents were able to do and what they went through. And you realize that once you get more context, that the world isn't on as much fire as you think it is. And that, there's nothing new under the sun. And once we learn history and take from it the proper lessons, we can apply those lessons in the new context that we find ourselves in and be fairly successful. But those who fail to learn history are the ones who are doomed to repeat it. And so I would hope that those who read the book and who connect with me will really take into account the 4 moral imperatives and the 5 moves that matter, that they will really align around the idea of moving fast for people, inspiring teams, and investing in communities, and creating open organizations. And I think we will have a bright and better future if we just have better leaders.
Well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have Gloria clapping behind the scenes.
Well said. And
it's been my pleasure being with you today.
Follow the history.
That's it.
Oh yeah, Andrew, I'm like, I need to know more. Like I enjoyed so much of what this conversation was.
It's been very thought-provoking. Very thought-provoking.
Exactly. I think a lot about the human beings and why we do what we do, and emotions, and how it does play a role in leadership. Just as like a sidestep to everything that I do with storytelling and courageous connection. So I would love to connect with you behind the scenes here, just to have our own little chat. And I'm starting my own podcast. This is Corey's podcast. We should chat, and I'll definitely get you on there. I think
absolutely.
So much fun.
I'd love to. All right. Thank you, ladies. So nice being with you. All right.
Bye, Andrew.
Good luck with everything. Wow, he's amazing.
I know. And the smile, of course, the smile always
Oh,
gets
yeah.
me. When you feel somebody's energy. I saw his photo when I was sending him emails. It's like, oh, this one's going to be fun. I had no idea who he was before.
Yes. What was
So I see,
like Holly called it the energy? He's got that energy, that
oh yeah,
confident energy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Gloria, I see you. Are you ready? Just give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Welcome. I saw you hanging out backstage.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Gloria.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Good.
It looks beautiful. You got all those outdoor lights on. Are you outside
Thank
as
you.
well?
Yes, I'm in the jungle in Panama in this moment.
Oh, why are you there? I have to ask.
Uh, okay, I'm here because I'm thinking to move down here to start a VIP retreat for trauma and
Oh,
healing.
I love that. Why Panama? Why not somewhere else?
Well, because I'm connected with the jungle and the mountains,
Okay.
and this country is more safe for me than other countries. For example, my country Colombia, I don't feel safe there. So I always wanted to live next to the mountains, and Panama is like calling me, and so I said, let me come down here and check it out. So I'm here down here checking out the everything about it.
A
Nice.
lot of people are from the United States are retiring to Panama. It's become a very, very popular destination for expats, I think they call them.
It
Yeah.
is. Yes, where I am is a lot of expats, so it's a large community,
Yeah.
and the food and everything is organic. They grow everything around here, so that also is very interesting for me to be in
And
an
affordable.
environment like that, and
I
very
have,
affordable.
yeah, I know
Yes,
people who have purchased properties there and spend kind of half their time here and half their time there. And just the difference in the cost of things is mind boggling.
yes. Like last night, we had emergency with my grandson. He went to the clinic, and they give the attention to him and everything. And at the end, well, how much we own, and they say nothing. It was like, what? We was like surprised that kind of attention, and we didn't need to pay anything. So it was like a big deal for us.
Wow.
Wow. So, Gloria, this isn't usually how I start a conversation, but I just had to ask. I'd love to start these interviews with a research question. And I really want to get to know Gloria before we get to know your message and your business. But you'll see that it ties in. So if you're ready, I would love to ask you.
Go
So
ahead.
if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Okay, it would be resilience. It would be passionate, and it would be like visionary.
Ooh, we just talked about visionaries.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I spelled that right. Close enough. So, Gloria, why do you want to be seen as resilient, passionate, and visionary?
Well, resilience is because I never give up in life, and I've been through a lot in all my life, so I never give up. Life sometimes get very tough, and if you don't have that courage to keep going, it's gonna be very difficult. So I feel that I'm resilient, that I keep going all the time. The vision is like I see already the things that happens to me is for a purpose. So I have a vision to help other people to feel better, and to help them to to alleviate a little bit the suffering, because suffering is a choice. So I kind of, I kind of want people to understand what suffering means, and help them to feel better. And what was the other one I said? Passion. Yeah,
Yeah.
passion is because I put like all passion in everything I do. And when I cook, when I do stuff, even when I'm in my in hard situations, the passion take me to thrive more into life. Like, okay, this is happening to me. It's hard. It's painful. I hate it. I cry. I'm emotional about it. I get frustrated and all that. But then I feel like, you know what? It's okay. We need to go, and you need that. You need to have that passion for life to keep going. It's not like it's life is about passion. I would say.
I love that. So you'll see that these words tend to play a role in your message. So can you tell us your core message?
My core message is to help you to feel better through adversity. And I never can say like I'm gonna heal you. Yes, I can heal you. I can help you for you to heal and transform what you're going through. So it's much that it's like I'm here to. I went through a lot of stuff for me to understand that traumas are necessary for thriving this life and to be able to help other people to thrive in their own path. So it's kind of like that.
Did you notice how the resiliency, the passion, and the vision blended right into that core message?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
my favorite. It's like I just want to highlight for people that we can learn a lot in just 3 words. Three
Yes.
words. And yet it's weaved into everything. And I know that every moment that I ask or every time I ask, those 3 words might be a little different, but the energy is kind of the same.
Yes.
I love that.
Definitely. Yes.
So then how do you use this core message of feeling better through adversity? I love that. How do you use that within your business?
I use that as making the person to understand that behind every trauma, every adversity is always a message for you to learn. And when you learn to understand what happens to you was for a reason, for you to help other people that maybe went through a similar situation, or maybe don't need to have the same similar situation, but at least to have that intuition to see other people suffering and make and know how to help them to find the light to be able to feel better. Because
Mm.
traumas are, like I said before, are necessary, but a lot of people don't know that. They think there's a bad luck, there's life is like that is the life is bad and whatever. Yes, when we don't have that education about traumas, yes, we can feel that way, because that was the way I feel when I didn't know nothing about it. When they kidnapped me, I went through this episode of my life. I thought that, oh my God, why they did this to me? I hate this life. I hate what I'm going through. I hate what happens after. And then one day I said, I cannot live like this. Was a purpose for me. And then I start studying why that happens to me, what was the purpose. And it took me a long time to understand that. So
Mm.
when people understand that what happens to them is for a reason, that nothing is, oh, it's a bad luck. It's always perfection in life for you to help other people.
Mm. So is that story about the kidnapping, is that why you got into this work, or is there more to that story?
Well, the very first thing that got me into this work, it was the kidnap, but then I went more deeper and through other stuff that reflect and also in my life. I'm sorry, and it came from my childhood too. I had a very rough childhood, and I see a lot of violence in my place, in my home. My mother being a very vulnerable lady, and my father very violent, and I always see that, and I always say, I don't want that, I don't want that. And then I end doing the same thing. And then when they kidnap me, you get like a complex trauma. So I was traumatized already, and I went through a kidnap, and I traumatized over and over and over. So I had a complex trauma that I had to be able to peel the onion, to be able to where I am, to help other people. And when you go through a lot like a complex trauma, and you work that and understand all that, you get like a you get like a like thin skin to feel people, to understand people, to see what is happening to that person. Sometimes even not even talking, just with the expression, the energy, the way they talk, the way they look. And I learned all that also being kidnapped, because my five sense amplifies because I was in survival mode. So
Exactly.
I understand survival mode. So when I see somebody that is in survival mode, of course I understand. So it's like that, all those lessons of life, the traumatic ones, is to make your skin like a little bit thin, to understand others, to have compassion and unconditional love, and not judging people, because it's very easy to judge other people when you don't went through anything. But when you went through a complex trauma, you have more capacity to understand the pain of others. Even if somebody cut a finger and it was traumatic, you have to respect that, because that's their own trauma, their own path. So you become like that. And that's the way I try to help my clients, to not be so hard on them, and to see that the traumas are necessary for them to help others, and that traumas give us superpowers to understand people, to feel people, to smell people, because sometimes you can also smell people and see how are they are. I know a lady that just smelling the person can tell if she's the person is sick or not. So we have multi powers, but we need to elaborate them, we need to find them, and they are in with them, and the traumas, and the wanted to transform, and wanted to see what is my mission, what is my purpose, what is my superpowers, what is my little quote here in this planet, to serve other people, to help to feel better.
Yeah. I like to describe trauma as I have this stress cup. I like using things. So I have this cup, right? I call it my stress cup. And if I just keep pouring in stress and pouring in stress and it falls over the top, all of that stuff that fell out, I describe that as trauma. But then we
Yes.
also have, let's describe it as a coffee filter, right? Those are the way that we process. So if it comes into the filter faster than we can filter it, it tends to fall out.
Yes.
So then the idea here is, how can I process things faster? How can I look at things differently? Maybe I get a bigger stress cup. Maybe then how quickly can we clean it up? With the example of the water coming out of the cup, maybe sun cleans it up. Maybe you have a mop. Maybe it's a dish towel. Whatever it is, there's lots of different ways and tools that we can use.
Yes.
To
I
clean
would
life
say
up.
I would say the number one thing for a person to transform quickly,
Ooh,
because I sometimes I said, why I didn't know this before. Because if I know this like 20 years, when they kidnap me and I get out and release, and I have all this knowledge and all this treatments and tools and knowledge about yourself, I probably would not go through all this journey of suffering and victims and be a narcissist, because this is not like, oh, I went through this kidnap, and yes, I have complex trauma, but I understand that. No, I have to be everything. I have to have depression, anxiety, PTSD. I have PTSD. I have to be narcissist. I have to be controlling. I have to be insecure. All that kind of stuff. So when the person really wants to heal, is when they heal the quickest, because you're not gonna you're not you can feel that, okay, I have this trauma and I'm suffering, I have depression, anxiety, but I go and do some courses, or go to a coach or to a healer, but the healer or the coach or whatever told them what to do, if they don't do it, it's not gonna go anywhere.
yeah.
So the person needs to have hungry, like they want to stop suffering. And that's when the miracle happens, because the person is so in pain, and had it enough, and try everything, it's when the miracles are starting to happen more quickly, because the person is waking up into the reality that they have an issue. And now it's like, okay, what I need to do to overcome all this. So it's when you are in a job and you are like boring that job and you had it, what you do, you quit and you find another job, but you do it faster because your bills are coming up. In this case, it's like you suffering so much that you cannot have it anymore. And it's everything around you, your work, your finances, the relationships are so bad that you feel like left alone in life. And you don't want that. So you need to feel that hungry to be able to be alive and to be able to heal all that. Because if not, you can take forever to heal and you're not going to get anywhere.
Do you help people build or create that level of wanting it, commitment to it?
I sometimes I can see that from the beginning, and sometimes you have to ele- help them to understand that, because a lot of people don't, I would say a lot of people don't know that they can transform that. And a lot of people don't know that that suffering is a choice, because the false beliefs, and also they saw generations of father, mother, grandmother, and all the ancestors suffering, so they think the suffering is normal and they have to continue suffering.
Yeah.
But when they realize that it's another way, because there's two roads of the suffering, or the transcending, or the vision, or the transforming. Which one you want? You want people to say, oh, poor person, oh, and being depressed all the time, and making everybody feel sad about them, or making a lot of problems for around them? Or you want to be seen of the person like, wow, this person went through all that and see how she's doing. You want to be in inspiration for other people. So it depends. It's very unique situation to client. Some clients are ready to go, and they're easy is and there's very easy to transform with them. For some of them, you have to with your hand, and you have to go slowly, and you have to show them, and then you need to also ask permission to them if they really want to go that direction, because when you go into healing process, it's very painful, very painful. And
Yeah.
you go, and when you touch deep wounds, some people don't want to go there.
Yeah.
So you want to make them to go there, wanted to go there, because they understand that if they go there, they can feel better and they can see miracles happening in their lives. So it's a work very like I said, VIP. I It's not for everybody. That's why I don't have a program to for oh, I have a program for you from this one. No, because I learned from my experience that I heal in my own way, and everybody have different ways to heal. So you have to learn as a healer, you have to learn how is the other person learn. They can learn visually, they can learn listening, they can learn reading, they can learn walking, they can learn many ways. So you have to like practically learn how they are, for us to help, for me to be able to guide them and see step by step what we can do. And sometimes a little step is a big milestone for them. And that's where like the miracles happen. And I like to call miracles, because a lot of people say, "Oh my God, see what happens to me! I can't believe it." That's exactly a miracle. And so
Yeah.
we don't tend to see that way. So that's like my education, to help them to see that everything, even when you wake up in the morning, is a miracle.
So what I'm hearing is that you want to transform the disbelief. And then there's this thing where it's common, but it's not normal. And so the
Right.
language we use around it is important as well. I love that.
Yes.
So Gloria, we're also touching on things that we used to do before the work that we do today to see what the patterns are between where we used to be. Like I used to do architecture and now I do coaching for storytelling and stuff. There's always a pattern. So was
Yes.
there something that you did before this work, before working with trauma?
Yes, I was a CEO of produce industry, and we was like wholesalers, and we bring containers from Central and South America. And the time I started doing that job, I was maybe one of the few women in the industry. It was a man run by industry,
Yep.
so it was very tough for me. But also, when I got released from the kidnap, I was the entire time in survival mode. So when I came to the US, when you are an immigrant and you come to a new place, you run in survival mode. So when I landed in this business, it was always like this survival mode, like ticking, ticking, ticking. And I got to a point that my masculine energy, I got home and I was confused. Well, it was too much. It was too much masculine energy for me to be able to be in that business, because there was a lot of men, and you have, as a woman, you have to be more like powerful. Your voice has to be stronger. You have to like make sure they understand that you know what you're doing. It was very tough, and I get to a point that I said, I can't stand this anymore. This is way too much. And I decided to stop that like 10 years ago, and I started going to do massage therapy, to study massage therapy, then Reiki, then, you know, coaching, then a spiritual coach. Now I'm work now I'm working with the body, to in tune with the body and the emotions and the traumas. So it's like always constant, working on this. But it was the aha moment was like, I'm tired of this business. I'm tired to be tough. I'm tired to fight with people. I'm tired to be who I'm not. And it got me to that. And I also got into a very heavy depression that led me to say, I have to stop this business. I have to stop in this business. This is business not anymore for me. I'm not serving my purpose here. So I had like a call, like, get out of there. And so I'm so happy that happens.
Aw. I think we've all felt, at least on some level, that call of, I know I should be doing something different, or I think I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing now, and you kind of feel that alignment without necessarily having the words around it. So I love that you're like, I've done all these things. What
Yes.
inspired you to go after being a massage therapist or doing Reiki or this new thing that you were talking about?
I had a friend of mine that she knows me a lot. And before I started going to study to be a massage therapy, she knew my story, and she knew how defensive I was, how mad I was, how angry I was, how I hate people. Also, I hate my family for a long time. And she said to me, Gloria, I think you need to go with me to a retreat of forgiveness. And like
Ooh.
I said, when you're ready, the master show up. When the student is ready, the master show up. And she said that to me, and I said, I'm down. Let's go. And that 4 days, it was the initiation for me to change my entire life. To say,
Aw.
you know what? I don't want this more. I don't want to work in this business anymore. I want to go into healing, into touching people, to understand the body, to understand everything about it. And that 4 days was the best 4 days in my life, because I did have to forgive my family. It started the process of forgiving my family, forgiving my daughter, forgiving myself. That's the number one, forgiving myself to be so hard on me, and to not understand that I was, yes, a victim from a kidnap situation, but also I have to be gentle also with myself, because I was like, oh, this happens to me, and this kidnap happens to me, and I can do it all. I broke down. I broke down one day, and I couldn't do anymore. That's why the forgiveness or retreat, it was one of the best things that happens to me. And that's one of the things I also teach my clients to do. Because when you forgive people that hurt you, is when miracles happen, because you start practicing the unconditional love. And I practiced that being kidnapped, not knowing anything about what I know today. I had to be humble. I had to be saying thank you for the water, thank you for the food, thank you for letting me to take more showers. And that time I was 25 years old, so I had my period. So when you are in captivity, when they kidnap you with nothing. So I got my period. I have only one underwear, and being that kind with them, I got them to got me another pair of underwear and start bringing me some pads for my period. So the kindness, I always say, the forgiveness, the kindness helped me to go through that kidnap, and also teaching me to have compassion and to understand what they was doing that to me. It's very hard to say that way, but to understand why they was doing that to me, because I asked them, why you guys kidnap me? What was the reason you're doing this to people? And they say, well, the situation and the opportunities for everybody's not the same. So that's where you under is when you're like, wow, yeah, maybe it's not right what they doing, but it's right for them what they doing. So you have to go in the other side, and when you go in the enemy side, you understand more about forgiveness, unconditional love, and I 100% sure that when you forgive people, you get miracles. And I'm here on a miracle. I am a miracle, because if I was not like that, I probably not would be here, because they tried to kill me 3 times, but because I was so extra nice and be humble and thank you for everything, I got that. I got that right for them to like, okay, this woman is not that bad. She she melt. I would say I say in my book, I melt the hearts of the enemy, just being kind, and that happens to me, and it's hard to understand that for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's understandable too.
Yeah. Even that conversation around forgiveness is really hard for people because there's a lot of misunderstanding on what that means. Can you share what forgiveness means to you and a little bit about what that felt like inside?
Yes. For there's a lot of people, like you mentioned before, they don't understand forgiveness. And forgiveness, sometimes you said somebody did this to you, whatever situation, and then you said, oh, I forgive them. But when you think on the situation or you remember the person, you feel like hurt and angry and mad, and your thoughts are starting to be negative. When you heal, when you really forgive someone, you have to be able to see that person, to think in that person, and to think what happens to you with understanding that that happens to you for a reason, and not and don't feel anything, like don't no emotions, like understand that happens, and you are so resilient enough, and you are a warrior of this life, and you have a mission to overcome that, to help other people to overcome the same thing that happens to you. Is when you feel that you already forgive whatever situation happens to you.
Mm.
When I just came out from the kidnap, I feel that I forgive them because I did the whole process inside of there, but I didn't know I was doing that process. That process came from me because the survival mode made me to do it. I have no choice. You
Mm.
have to be nice to preserve your life. You have to be like thank you for everything to preserve that, to not kill you. And the other hand, when somebody say something to you and offend you, and you feel they disrespect you, you take longer because you don't feel the necessity to protect your life. You don't care. She say whatever to me and hurt me. I don't want to talk to her. I hate her. Blah blah blah. All the negative stuff. But when the person hurt you and say things to you that you don't like, you have to in the position. Okay, this person say to me that it's not because of me, it's because of them, and they are in pain, and they probably are suffering, and that's why they are throwing that through me. And because I'm practice the unconditional love and the forgiveness, I forgive you and I love you because I know you are in pain and you're in suffering. And to get to that, it takes a lot of work. And when you do that, you get an energy, your energy fields, it gets illuminated. And sometimes you energy change the energy of the other person. Because when you don't forgive the other person, you think that you're not talking to that person, you think it's done. You're still connected with that person energetically, and you feel like you have a chain of suffering, and a lot of things is starting to not happen the way you want it. It's because you still lack with this person. Once you let go this energy, you forgive this person, understand that, you will see that, wow, like it's like you have to feel, you have to feel it to understand it.
Do you think part of that process is to find ways that your experience, that the end result was a positive outcome for you as a person, instead of just seeing the whole thing as a negative situation, and that you were victimized? Were you able to turn it around into positive realizations? Is that part of that process?
Yes, it doesn't happen overnight. It
I
doesn't happen like when you go to a complex trauma or any trauma. It's gonna have a period of madness, of anger, of everything that happens with after a trauma. And
You have
you
to
have
process it through the whole grief cycle,
you
right?
exactly. Then you get into, I don't want to suffer anymore. I
Yeah,
don't want to feel this way anymore. This way, it feels, you feel like down, way down,
yeah,
and your relationships around you is not that the best, and your finances are not the best. The relationships with your kids or with people are not the best. So to get to that realization is a lot of work,
I
and
bet.
some, as a lot of people don't want to do it, because it's more easy to not talk to this person. It's more easy to forget about it. I don't want to talk about it, and bye, I don't need to see the face anymore. It's very easy to do it, but the energy of that is still on, and you carry with you. So you get triggered. That person do that to you, that what they did to you, you already have a little PTSD. I would say a little PTSD. Somebody's going to do the same to you, you're going to get the same reaction. So you want to dismiss this other person. Why? Because you don't heal the first thing that happens to you. So you have to forgive completely this one, to just cut the chain of the same pattern that happens to us. Because we repeat the same things. Like some people say, why this happens to me all the time? Because the first time that happens to you, you didn't realize, you didn't recognize, you didn't forgive. Once you understand the lesson of life, then that's not going to happen to you anymore, because you already have tools to deal with situation that comes in your way, the similar way that you saw. So you recognize that, you know how to, like, okay, I know this happens before, and you keep your energy, you keep your peace. So for me, the ultimate goal is to keep the peace. Yes, you're going to have obstacles in life, always, but to keep the peace is, you have to train yourself for that. And to forgive, you have to train yourself for that. And to forgive over and over and over, you also have to train for that. And we don't have that train. We teach us that we have to be resemble, and we need to be like, this person did this to me. I'm never gonna talk to that person again.
I think for a lot of people, they don't think that what you have achieved going through as traumatic an experience as you have, that it's even realistic or possible. But you're living proof of it right here, that it is possible, but you got to work at it, right? It,
Yes, it's possible. And you have to have passion for life. You have to have passion to be here. You have to have passion to see your mom and your father. You have to have passion to see your kids. You have to have that in you. If you don't have passion for life, it's so hard. It's so hard to make that person to understand that it's more out there, and that always, all the time, these things are gonna happen, but you're gonna have tools, you're gonna have the way to manage your peace, that you can see somebody coming to you with the reaction you don't like. So you just protect your energy. And then instead of reacting to that person, give it like a nice, for example, that person is coming, because it happens to me and it happens all the time. I see people that they don't like me, because a lot of people don't like you, and it's normal. And I can see that. But maybe something in me creates that in that person, or maybe that person is just like that. So what I do, oh, I like your hair, you have a beautiful hair, or, oh, I like your nails. So I twist that energy to not, that energy bothers me. So, and then the person can change the energy, like saying like, oh, inside, oh, maybe this person is not that bad, that the way I feel. It happens to me a lot of times that you get that, to
Yeah.
understand and to have your own tools, because my tools cannot can be different than your tools and the tools for Laura. So it's not like it's set in stone, like a lot of people do, like, oh, 7 step for this. No, it's not seven. Some people heal in 5 months, some people heal in 1 month, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It depends. So you have to be careful also when you help people to try to heal and transform.
Yeah.
I love the way that you say my name, Laura. Like
Laura.
Laura. A friend of mine would say it the same way. I don't know. I just always loved it. What I really wanted to say was, I'm loving this message, and I want to make sure that we learn more. But I also want to dive in a little bit into the ways that you share your message. So obviously, you do podcasts since you're
Yes.
here with us. Do you also write, or do you speak? Maybe
I,
artwork?
I I write. I just wrote my first book. I journey a lot about my emotions, because that's the way I heal my anger, because I did have an anger issue. So I had to journey my anger. I have to hack my anger and journey about them and understand my anger and ask questions to my anger, why you are like that. It's starting to journey, and I finally, healed that part. I already got the tool to deal with that. And also I paint when I'm very like kind of feel that I'm feeling that turn point that I know is kind of depression, or I'm having anxiety. I start having coloring with marks. I love marks because it's are easy. The markers you carry and you paint it, whatever. And I see that when I paint, it comes my little girl that's inside of me,
Aw.
and it's like, wow, like like I did it. When I see those paints after, like when in emotional state, I paint and I just close them, and 30 days after I open them to see how I was. And it's like,
Aw.
it tells you a lot about what is going on with you. I do a lot of meditation, but my meditation is all the time, because when I drive, I'm always quiet. So I'm meditating. When I'm having my breakfast alone, I'm also meditating, talking to the food. Thank you for this food, tasting it, tasting the food, like how this tastes today. So that, and eating very healthy, and reading a lot. And the most thing I love is to help people. I love to help people to feel better, because I know to feel how to feel when you are in pain. And painful is not fun. When you are in pain, it's not fun at all. And your life is miserable. Nothing goes right. And you want things to happen. Nothing happens to you, because you don't know how to navigate that pain. Why is that pain there for? And I'm a speaker. I just started this year. I just did only one, my first speech in blue in the Miami University.
Did you?
So
Yay!
yes, I did.
Congratulations.
Yes, so I'm just a new one in this. It took me 25 years to be able to talk about what happens to me, but I think I was not ready, because I was in process of transforming myself to be able to help others. Because if you don't do what you preach, you're not doing anything.
Exactly. So I
Yes.
want to make sure before we end, I'm going to have a couple questions afterwards, but I want to know where we can find you and what your favorite way of communicating is.
My best and favorite ways is Instagram and Gloria Londono Coach. Uh, you DM there, and I reply as soon I can, and see how I can help you. I also have my web page, like is glorialondono.co. I also have a gift there. If you register, I have the 7 steps for you to know if you are the healing link of the family. And I told you step by step how you can see and how you can feel that you are the chosen one to heal your family through your traumas. And that's the best way for you to communicate with me.
I'm trying to think of like, am I the healing link for my family? It
It's
feels
the
like
most
it's
difficult one.
exhausting. Oh. So, Gloria, I also like to save space at the end of an interview just in case there's anything in your head or on your heart that you want to share. So, if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I want people to understand that suffering is a choice, that I understand that if you don't know the, about that, it's okay, but it's always a choice for everything in life. You want to suffer, or you want to be, or you want to quit, you want to stop suffering and use that trauma that happens to you to empower yourself first, to empower your family second, and to empower, you know, communities, nations, and the world. But we need to start from us first and our families. So I invite you to start seeing and journey your emotions and see if right there's a light for you to start your transformation.
I'd love to share something with you. So, without sharing everything else with you, on my phone, without even going into photos and stuff, we'll just do this. There we go. I keep a list of emotions on my phone. And then in my photos section, I have different photos where it lists a whole bunch of emotions. So I have an album, I have a favorites album, and in that favorites album, right, I keep the
Yes,
feeling wheel.
nice.
So at any time when I'm feeling a bunch of emotions, because we never just feel one at a time, I just edit the photo. I put dots on all the ones that I'm feeling. I save it as a copy, and then I look at it and I go, oh, this is what I'm feeling. Because I'll never think of the emotion in the moment. I'll use
Right.
the catch-alls like I'm stressed or I'm feeling fear, and that's about it. And so I
Right,
want
but
to make sure that I'm
wait,
articulating.
but when you're trained, you recognize and you write it down whatever the mind is telling you.
Yep.
And I believe the energy from the hand to write it down is
Yeah.
amazing. And then 30 days later you go back to your journey, your calendar, to see where your emotion was.
Mm-hmm.
Is amazing,
Mm.
the information you get from you.
I've enjoyed this so much.
Oh, me
Gloria,
too.
go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, I just say me too. This has been very enlightening and inspirational for me personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this invitation, and I'm so happy to be here with you both.
Awesome. So what's next for Gloria?
Well, my next is right now looking for the place where I want people to come to the jungle or the mountains to come and heal. But I want to make them to find me. Like, okay, I want to go to this healer, but she is in the mountains. So take that person away from the routine
Yes.
3 4 days and come to me, and we work together one on one. We go to like to the hot springs and we can talk there, and it make an experience for that person. So when they go back home, I said, okay, I'm ready. I want to start making a big change because she make a big change. She helped me to to understand what is the change I need to do. So I'm ready to go back and do the change. So that's what I'm thinking.
I think so
Awesome.
many people out there need you, Gloria.
Yeah, I know. I think so too. And we need more people just like me also, because we need us a lot.
Thank
So
you
there's
so
a
much for
reason
joining
why.
us.
I was just
Yeah.
going to say, there's a reason why you went through what you went through.
I know, 100%, 100%. I bless the kidnapping. Put it that way. I bless that situation, and that got me here. And I'm so happy because I'm serving, and that's the what you come here to this planet to serve.
Yeah.
Well, nice to have you, Gloria. We are going to
Thank
say
you.
goodbye, but as Corey says, until next time.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Bye,
Good
Gloria.
talk.
Bye bye.
Bye.
So we have our next guest behind the scenes, which just happened to be my co-host yesterday. Give me a thumbs up, Barb, if you're ready to come up. You know the drill by now. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Did you get some sleep last night?
Of course, I sleep like a rock.
Even after all the exciting conversations we had yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. I went right back to work after that. And then, at the end of the day, I'm able to put the day at the end, and I sleep like a baby every night.
Hi, Barbara.
Share our secrets. Your secrets. Yeah.
My secrets. I call
So
it.
my co-host today is Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
New co-host, me, yesterday's co-host. Awesome.
I get to be on yesterday. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So I'm going to start the interview the same way I started all the other ones yesterday and all the ones today. Hopefully you didn't prepare.
I didn't have time. I went back.
Awesome. So if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
I think I kind of fall back on my Aquarian qualities there. So I'm a humanitarian. I really do love people. I love connecting with people and serving people. So that I think I would like to be thought of as innovative. Again, falls back on the Aquarian. But something a little unique is that I'm able to look at things and make connections where a lot of people might not be able to. So I think I'd like for them to be able to recognize that, able to make connections with people, processes, or whatever it is, patterns in your life.
Okay, so innovative makes connections with things / people.
Mm-hmm.
And then what would be your 3rd one?
Just, I guess that's that humanitarian. So kind, caring about others.
So then if we're using your words back at you,
Mm-hmm.
the innovative quote makes connections with things / people, and the humanitarian, what do those words mean to you? And then since you were a part of all day yesterday, I'm going to make this part of the question. So what do those words mean to you as a part of your core message?
As a part of my core message, well, my core message is really just breaking down these old paradigms that just are not serving us, that hold people in limitation. So you have to be innovative. You have to think outside the box. You have to be willing to take steps, outside of the status quo. And you have to do it from a place of your heart. And you have to have humanity, all of society in your heart and care about that. It's leadership today is no longer about where am I going to get and how am I going to prosper from this. Leadership, it's a whole new era of leadership.
I love that we get to talk about leadership again. So we had Andrew on earlier who was giving us some wonderful history.
Yeah.
About from 1920, I think he said, to about 1970-ish. And then, of course, 1970 to 2020. He was bringing us through that kind of history and what it looked like. I love that your take on leadership is certainly not going to be the same as his, but we get to see both of them in the same day to kind of amplify and elevate that understanding.
Awesome.
So what is your experience with leadership? I know we kind of touched on it a bit yesterday.
So my experience goes back to my formal training. I have a PhD in criminal justice. So my whole career has been criminal justice, and leadership in criminal justice a lot of times was knee-jerk, reactions, power over, not thinking into the future. What are the ramifications of my leadership choices today? Who are they going to impact? If it's an us against them mentality, it's so for me, that's what I've always seen through these systems that I've worked in. And for what I'm bringing forward is a lot different. I advocate for a power within paradigm. So we help everybody go from that power over to that power within to get in touch with who we are before we show up as leaders. Because if you're disconnected and you're in limitation, how can you show up as a leader? And it was very interesting for me because 30 years in the criminal justice field, I got my first shamanic, it was a healing session way back in like 2000. I don't even know, but that's what started me on this path. And I went there because I was so burned out from a toxic environment, the system I worked in, and I needed some balance. And that's what started me on a path. And every weekend I was going to these different Reiki shares, whatever it was places to find balance. And I was meeting people just like me. They were there seeking balance to go back into a toxic environment. And then they would come back the next weekend and say, I don't know what happened. I felt so great last weekend. And then I went back Monday and it's finally dawned on me is that we were getting all of this training, but we were not integrating it into who we are, and showing up fully with those aspects of us. And it really changes your perspective on the environment you're in and how you show up.
Can you give examples of that?
So like I would be maybe in a cell block or something like that. And I would go in and I would start feeling all of these negative energies and how it was hitting me and things like that. And if I could just shift my perspective and be shining my light rather than focusing on those negative aspects of what was around me, my whole day shifted, cell block shifted, my coworkers shifted, everybody shifted.
So what did that look like for you? Because if you're seeing something and you're reacting to it based on how you're perceiving it, how did you change that perception?
I had to step back.
Around.
Yeah. I really had to start integrating what I was learning on the weekend, how powerful we truly are if we just went within. Where our source of everything comes from, source. Bringing all of that in, that we're just not this limited human being working from a mental mind of past programming. So
sounds like you worked in a prison or a jail.
I've done a lot. Yeah, I've been around.
If you were walking down the cell block and you looked into somebody's cell and you knew why he was in there, and the first thought came to your mind, this is a bad dude. How would you change your paradigm about that so you didn't see him as a bad dude?
I just started seeing them as human beings, not the labels that they've accumulated over time. And that's part of our system is we label people, inmate, criminal, prisoner, we label them and we put them in separation. We put them as a bad person. And that's the only way that we can start to see them is through the lens of a bad person, unless we step back and say, wait a minute, maybe they're not a bad person. They're a person who did a bad thing.
Yeah, and maybe somewhere inside of that shell is a nice person that's just busting to come out, but nobody's ever identified him as being that way or accepted.
Yeah. And so, and it's very funny. I'm an advocate for the human experience. I'm an advocate for not always moving from a place of separation, us against them. There are bad people in this world. I will, like it or not, they do bad things and they are bad people. They're not going to change. But we need that contrast, don't we? It helps us as human beings to grow and expand when we see that contrast and we know what we don't want in our lives or we would like to change. But I spent 3 years working with prisoner visitation and support. I live in Colorado, and we have the ADX prison over here. It's the highest federal security prison in the country. It's actually underground. El Chapo is over there. Before Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, died, he was there. They're all there. But I visited this young man, and the first day I ever walked in there, and you could see me. I'm a 55. I was younger then. I started in 2017. You know, middle-class white woman, and I sat down across from a man who came out in his 30s, braids down to his bum, covered in tattoos, and he was African American. And I said, "What are we going to talk about? What connection?" And he committed a horrible crime. And we made such an incredible connection because I sat there and I listened to him.
Aww.
I spent the next 3 years visiting him once a month. I went in and visited him until COVID shut it down and stopped all visitation. So I was able to see that human being who never, ever had an experience in his life that was uplifting. Never had it. Everything around him and the environment he grew up in really just kept him suppressed, held down, and in a state of survival mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about this with the first guest, that she said, if somebody believes in you, that's the starting point for you to be able to believe in yourself. And I just think that is such a true statement. I mean, it's been an experience of mine. Mm-hmm. Laura, what do you think about that whole philosophy? Because this is
I know.
Again, and
it reminds me of like elementary school and high school. How many friends or how many people, or even yourself, do you know that have been prejudged because of a parent, because of a sibling, because of who you hang out with, before they even know your name, let alone have been in their class yet?
Yeah.
I know my husband was judged because of his brother. I know countless friends who were judged because of their siblings, and I was judged because of my mother. But in a good way, thankfully for that one. But how many times was it bad? They're different people.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if they're twins, they are different people. Mm-hmm. And it happened with my cousins who were twins, right? So it's like you need to get to know the individual as a human being.
Right. Or shut up.
Or shut up.
No, nobody needs to know your opinion when it's just, I don't know. And it's coming from a place of they're in limitation themselves. So I completely get it. I'm not justifying it. I'm not allowing for it. I understand how it happens.
Yeah. Well, we just had a grand old conversation about forgiveness and unconditional love. And I'm thinking of those people, right, that you visited in the jails. Have they ever even experienced forgiveness, let alone unconditional love?
No, I don't think so. And it was just one gentleman. It was one person I visited. I just visited him. We just made a connection. And I remember him telling me he read a book called, I want to say it was called The Law of Karma. I have never read it, but it was the first time he ever had insight into what he was doing and what had happened to him. The first time he ever even started thinking about the impact he was making in the lives of others and the impact others had had on him. Mm-hmm. So, and that's kind of what sparked our conversation. He also read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Of course. Yeah.
And he never realized the power of his thoughts. Yeah. Is it back there?
When I was in college, there was a pilot program being developed. And basically, I don't know if you've heard of this. That's why I'm bringing it up. Basically, it was a program that was designed for victims to meet their...
Yeah, it's restorative justice.
Restorative justice. Mm-hmm. Because it kind of surprised me. It's been decades since I graduated from college, but it kind of surprised me when you just shared with us that you felt that gentleman that you got to know for 3 years, it's like that's the first time anybody had ever listened to him. So I don't know, is that program still going on? And how many, what has been kind of the success rate for both the people that committed the crime and the victims of the crime? Because it's supposed to be a healing process for both.
Yeah, it's supposed to bring everybody back to wholeness. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it depends on the community. It depends on the investment. Unfortunately, I've seen that a lot of times our leaders are jaded. There's nothing that can be done. It really takes somebody willing to see that change can happen. If he had had that opportunity when he was younger, I want to say he committed his really bad crime around 19 that landed him in the federal prison system. But if he had committed several crimes earlier, but if he had been able to get into that program, it might have helped. The problem is he's still going back to an environment that supports gang violence, that supports taking what you want when you want it, and you don't care who you hurt doing it.
So that's a constant influence in his world.
Yeah. So yeah. And that's how I see like our system. Our systems work in silos where we really need to work together. The criminal justice system with the mental health, with education, with social services, and create some sort of, and I don't even, everybody says, oh, make a task force. I'm like, no, we're not making a task force. How about a community circle? How about a collaboration circle? How about something where they're coming together with the common goal, not fighting against something? They're not fighting against something. The shift is to, this is what it is. How can we make it better? So, but a lot, so it's funny because when I was working on my dissertation, I was trying to pick a topic, and I went to a judge, a juvenile court judge, I won't say where, and I said, let's talk about your restorative justice program. And he said, it doesn't work. These kids are just too far gone.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
So he's already drawn a rush to a judgment and drawn a conclusion about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
that's sad.
There's that balance where we don't want to put juveniles in the criminal justice system too early, because the stigma gets attached to them. All of these things get attached to them. So they can't even get into a restorative justice program usually until they've been arrested and processed. So there's a lot of things that could be changed and improved on. So we remove that stigma, but give them the support that they need.
Do you see that program as kind of being a failure?
No, I don't. No. I think what's important here is I'm not forgetting about the victims ever. I'm trying to have a holistic view. These are true people who have had horrific experiences in many cases. But for restorative justice, a lot of times it's like, let's say your house is burglarized and you're not home, but you come home and you find it's a mess. Somebody came home, they went through your stuff, you feel violated. Chances are you're not sleeping at night. And then when you meet that 13-year-old kid who's the one that committed the crime, then you can start to sleep at night. So because your imagination takes over, and when you listen to
I would imagine that it works for some people.
It depends. And I think it does help a lot of the victims to get closure.
Do you think it was more helpful for the victims than the perpetrators?
Yeah. I mean, it was only in the past couple of decades that victims were able to come forward and even give a victim impact statement in the courts. They've been forgotten about because the criminal justice system sees the state as the victim, not the actual person who was violated.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's always state versus John Doe.
Yeah.
So I like how this conversation about environment, and we actually just talked with Gloria about the same thing, getting out of your environment just to shake things up and create new patterns. Mm-hmm. How does shifting the environment in leadership, both within and externally, really help build better businesses and communities?
Yeah, from my experience, what I'm seeing is, so for me, I have two things going on. I have my business and I'm a criminal justice professor. And when I'm the faculty chair over the program, when we rewrote all of our courses, we took it from a holistic point of view. And so where students before were like, they need to learn a lesson. And it was always an us against them when we started giving them a larger picture of really the impact of our policies and everything. I think they come out on the other end seeing all of the stakeholders, all of the players, all of the impact, and it changes the people who are going to go into those systems and work in those systems. So it uplifts the whole system when you just can change a little bit of perspective or give a different perspective and allow for that change. I'm not telling somebody they need to change their perspective, but I'd like to give them other things to look at. Yeah. And in leadership, my leadership is a little bit different because I went into a shamanic practitioner to get energy balanced. And that's what started me. And before that, I could see spirit and all of that stuff. I've always been connected in those ways. I knew certain things before other people shared it with me as a kid. But I had to go and seek that. So for me, for that leadership, it's really just bringing that full wholeness into your job, into your leadership. Because when you show up in wholeness, you create things from a place of wholeness. I really believe that energy runs through everything you create. And in the criminal justice system, our policing system was created because the merchants got sick and tired of paying private industry to protect their ships when they came in with their goods. So it was, we need to create a police force. It's for your own good. And then have public pay for it. So there's always like a manipulation going on behind the scenes. So if you really dig into certain things, but it's to get out of that. It's to get out of that manipulation and to get out of that and to bring that energy of wholeness into what you're creating. So that energy runs through it.
Laura, didn't you have some similar experiences to what Barbara is talking about with, didn't you have like 7 near-death experiences, or am I?
I have, yeah. 7
Wow.
7
totally relating to what she's saying, right?
With about 20 honorable mentions. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did those change you?
Well, there's a difference between accidents happening and making that choice yourself. So the first few I was really young, right? You don't know any better. You just think this is how life is and you want what you want and you don't even realize consequences, which is where I see some of these kids going into juvie, right? They just don't realize how their actions have consequences or affect other people. But then the difference maker was my grade 9 year, when it was the first time that it was my choice, right? Whole other story. Wow. I thought that my life was already done and broken and that I couldn't recover, which is, again, probably where these older kids or the younger adults feel. And then you don't know how to fix it.
Yeah. Or you think it's too late.
Or you think it's too late. So then, that's exactly what I felt. I was like, well, that's kind of a waste. What do I do now? And you just kind of sit there and you go, and you wait. But then after that, I watched myself get to that place of wanting to choose it again, which again relates back to those kids redoing and recommitting crimes. And I'm starting to gain that awareness of, well, why is this even still an option? Why does my brain automatically go that way? And what has shifted that I haven't actively chosen that this time or this time? But I did then.
Do you think that what Laura is saying, Barbara, ties in to why there's such a huge recidivism rate in our system?
Yeah, there's that lack of awareness. There's the lack of awareness, the lack of impact, the lack of choice. They just don't, for many, they don't see that there's any choice.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it kind of touches us in a lot of different ways. I mean, Laura's experience was completely different than what you have experienced in your career, but the kind of the end result is similar. It's all about how you look at things and your attitude towards things, right?
Well, I had my own personal catalyst as well. I mean, for all those years, I kept my weekends separate from my weekdays. And in 2014, I went into bone marrow failure and I had to have a bone marrow transplant. And then after the transplant, that didn't work. So every 2 to 3 days, I got blood transfusions just to stay alive.
Wow.
And it was really at the end of that where I said, whoa, wait a minute. The bone marrow of a complete stranger into my body to make me whole and healthy, plus all of those transplants that really, transfusions, it really showed me how we are connected. We are very connected. My food choices changed in some ways.
Wow.
You know, there's research about people with heart transplants and how they have memories of certain things. So there's energetics in our cells, in our DNA. So if I could integrate that into me and to make me fully whole and healthy again, why couldn't I integrate which we all jokingly call our woo-woo into my everyday? And woo-woo only became woo-woo because they wanted to shut down the feminine voice. They stigmatized it by shutting down the feminine voice. So I created a program, Bring Your Woo to Work. You know?
That's cool.
It's leadership strategies for a new era. So it's combining what we learned with in our intellectual. We know our jobs. Whatever job you're doing, you know your job, but you might not be integrating that woo. You might be feeling that overwhelm. You might be feeling going into burnout. So there's these strategies where you show up wholly, and then you really feel like that you're making an impact in life. You're not just going through. I hear this a lot of times from people. Well, I need to stay relevant. No, do you really? Is that job right for you if you're always striving to be relevant? Are you showing
And then
up?
you have to ask, well, what does that mean to you? Because
Exactly.
it's different to you than it does to me.
Yeah. But for them, it means they feel panicked that they need to do something to stay important to their job. So they're losing the perspective of why they're really showing up. Because the people that in my environment are people who went into their jobs to make a difference, to make an impact. And somewhere along the line, the system kind of came down on them. Yeah. And it kind of like shut them down a little bit. So they're there, they're open, they're curious, and they want to get that. They want to bring their woo back. They know, you know, but how do you do that? How do you bridge that gap without people judging you in weird ways? It's just all the way you show up, you know, and you don't care if you're judged suddenly anymore. Yeah,
exactly. So you knew that the theme today was going to be talking about your old career before the one that you have now. But since you're doing both of the criminal justice as well as the leadership, can we go back just a little bit further? What did you do before criminal justice and leadership?
Well, I started my education in nursing. I'd taken a few nursing courses, and then I had to dissect the cat. And I was like, oh, no, I cannot do that. So at the same time of that course, I was taking a criminal law course. And I remember sitting in the course, it was just an elective I grabbed. And I remember sitting there saying, wait a minute, you pass a law and people are suddenly going to behave. I call BS. Why are we doing this? You know, and the whole thing that was missing was that, you know, where we're coming from. It's all I could see it as power and control rather than allowing people to fully become themselves. And then when you're fully whole and integrated, you're not out there, you know, robbing people. You're not murdering them. You're not taking. So I just saw things as a different perspective. And so, yeah, I was in nursing, but that was very short. I think it was 3 semesters before I switched over. But I've been a store detective. I've been a private investigator.
Oh, wow.
I've been a deputy sheriff and a college professor.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. How have those skills helped elevate your work of today?
The store detective was really interesting because a lot of those people, they were just in dire need. And then other people, they were just, I'm going to take whatever I want to take. Yeah. So, and then for the private investigation, I really love that because I really got to take my intuition and put it to work when I was interviewing people, when I was listening to them. Had they committed insurance fraud? Had they done that? And I had a pretty good rate of, yes, this is insurance fraud, or no, it's not insurance fraud. And then later I took that into the sheriff's department. And when I was in situations in the sheriff's department, I could feel before the energy was going to pop off. I could feel if somebody was going to take a swing at me. I could feel a lot of things because I was present.
It sounds like you're an intuitive, and that probably really helps in your line of work.
Yeah. And so for years, I did have a holistic health business that I did that. I did intuitive readings on the weekend, and it was to help them show up more fully. The readings were designed for that. I've, done Reiki and all of those things in that business. But then I started traveling, and Disrupting Gracefully was born after a couple of years ago, after the transplant, and realizing it was time for this. Because I do watch the patterns. Sometimes it's too early, sometimes it's too late. I've been watching the patterns. It's now time to bring forward my style of leadership, and for those who are ready to hear it.
So what is your style of leadership? Like, how would you personally, not necessarily everybody around you, but you as Barb, what is your style of leadership that you'd like to embody?
It's showing up that fullness. Yeah, it's taking your intellect and merging it with your intuition. And intuition is so much deeper than intuition. I learned a lot. Intuition is really, at its simplest level, it's just your subconscious programming telling you based on past patterns what's possible. But when you're connected, when there's a connection, it's not, oh, hey, this guy's twitching. The last guy who twitched like that tried to take a swing at me. It's beyond that. It's reading the energy and being able to see what's coming beyond those subtleties that our most basic intuition picks up on.
I think there's a big gap too between people being ready to listen to it, as you said, and people being ready to accept it. Where are we in that spectrum as far as, are we even ready to start listening to it? If we are we ready to start accepting a new paradigm of leadership? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing a shift. I'm seeing so many women coming forward who feel like they've been oppressed and held back and stuck in, and it's not a masculine versus feminine. I'm not coming from that, but our systems are built on masculine principles, and women have had a hard time fitting into them. We are naturally intuitive. We have these natural abilities that have been suppressed.
Yeah.
So we all have them. And the men know. They take a shower in the morning and they're like, oh, that solves the problem. And they take it to the boardroom table, or but they just use a different language. It's just a different language. But
sometimes we all get lost in the translation. I know I do.
It's just a different language. And, and now we have the whole DE&I movement. People are coming forward and they're saying, I have a place in this world too. And people are ready to hear, what is your story? Help me understand your story. And that's when you stop the judging, you have this haircut, so you must be this, or you have this skin color, you must be that. When you're listening to the stories, you see we are all just here trying to live our best lives. We're not here to come up against you or make things difficult or make the whole I'm offended movement, that kind of rubs me a little bit, because when you're offended, you're putting all of your energy into the words of somebody else rather than standing in your wholeness. And so it becomes a reactive thing. So it's really, for me, it's just showing up fully in who you are and doing everything you can to make this world a better place.
I liked the analogy. I don't remember the initial place that I heard it, but I know for sure I heard it on Abraham Hicks. But I like the analogy of life being a buffet. And just because you don't like something in the buffet doesn't mean that they need to take away that part of the buffet.
Exactly.
Like, I'm allergic to shellfish. Most of the places I go are probably not safe for me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also my choice to be in those spaces.
Yeah.
And of course, share that I have an allergy. Just, don't fry things in the same place, right? Wash your hands. That's about it. That's all I ask. We can all live in that way. I remember being in elementary school and our teachers, I'm not sure about other schools, would say, so-and-so in the class is allergic to peanuts. Just don't sit next to them. And they'd sit like 2 seats from you and they'd be fine.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We thought nothing of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I know it's like a little bit of a rant. And then the schools go, oh my God, no peanuts. I was like, what about other people with other allergies that are touch allergies or airborne allergies? Right? Are we going to get rid of all of them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No. It's living in that environment where we understand each other and our limitations, and of course where we grow, and being okay with all of that.
Yeah. And we never put our perspective on somebody else. We're free to share our perspective. And if somebody says, oh yeah, I see things in a different way now, yes or no, that is not for me. It goes down to your choice. It goes back to choice. We don't all have to agree. There is no way we're going to all agree ever on anything.
But we can agree to disagree.
Exactly. That's the one thing. I'm sorry. We can agree and disagree and respect where other people are coming from, because we don't know their history. We don't know. And that's one thing my dad always told me. You don't know where they're coming from. My dad worked 37 years in a prison system.
Oh.
So, and he's like, you can't label people. You don't know their stories.
I can see that innovation, the making connections with things and people, and the humanitarianism flowing right through all of that. And that's why I love to ask the question right at the start.
Yeah. So, that's great.
Dr. Barb, I love this message. What are some of the ways that you have chosen to share your message? And I know yesterday we talked about the typical 3, but then we also have all of these other fun ways of sharing your message. So tell us what you've chosen.
I get on every podcast who will have me. I love talking to people. And because I come on with my message, but you know what? In every conversation, I get a unique experience from the person who's interviewing me, and it helps expand my awareness. So it's a co-creation. Everything is a co-creation. So I love being on podcasts. I really enjoy them. And of course, there's the Facebook, the Instagram. I'm doing a TEDx in October.
Are you? Congratulations.
I just did one.
Did you?
I did. Yeah.
What was your topic?
Yeah.
What was your topic?
Huh?
What was your topic?
Well, my area of expertise is Alzheimer's disease and dementia. Mm-hmm. So I came up with the storyline because one of the things that I have realized, like probably the number one thing that I've realized and observed in 30 years I've been doing this, is people really don't understand the disease at all. It's, millions of people live with this disease, but it's probably the most misunderstood disease of today, because it's so complicated. So I took the story of Alice in Wonderland and I drew parallels to what it's like to live with Alzheimer's and dementia, because everybody knows the story and they could relate to it. And so that's what I did my TED Talk on, was how just to really help people understand what the day-to-day life is like. And I was going to say, I do a weekly podcast, and I've noticed some parallels between what we've talked about and people living with dementia. a lot of the stigmas and blah, blah, blah. So if you want to come on my podcast and we can kind of draw some of those parallels.
I would love to.
Have you. Yeah, that would be awesome, because a lot of the things that we've been talking about, just I see a direct relationship to how people perceive people living with an illness, a cognitive illness, and we can kind of draw those parallels to, what we talked about with, criminals and how it's very similar, synonymous with how we basically treat everybody in the world that's different from the way we perceive the person. So yeah, I mean, it's a separate conversation, but I'm happy to have you on mine.
And I can actually relate to the cognitive issues, because when I was, after my bone marrow transplant, when I was getting the blood transfusions, just, to keep functioning, I was always between a 5 and a 7 hemoglobin. So I could not process the way I normally could process. My hemoglobin, my hematocrit was too low to do any kind of fast processing. And people would start judging me based on my inability to be able to think on my feet like they knew who I was previously.
Yeah, so you've almost like totally walked in the shoes of somebody and, maybe mid-stage of dementia, huh?
Yeah, short-term memory we could talk about it. But, and I'm also starting.
This is what Corey calls synchronicity, right?
Always. Yes. That's like my motto, the world brings you what you need to see. But yeah, I'm starting my own podcast, but right now I need to get through my TEDx talk. My TEDx talk is on leadership, and I call it 7 Generations Justice. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and I'm going to talk about the story of the person I visited for 3 years and what I learned as a criminal justice professor. So I'm really excited. So I have a lot of big things going on.
Nice. So we have just a few minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you, and of course, your favorite way of communicating with people.
I'm not a huge social media person, but I would just love it if you text me or email me, but yeah, I do show up on social media. Like I caught a bear on my game cam this morning. So I made a little meme out of that, it's about power and strength and intuition. And so I have fun with social media, but yeah, reach out at Barbara Ann Jakes on Facebook, disrupting_gracefully for Instagram. I have my website, disruptinggracefully.com. You can go over there. You can grab a free gift. The Power of Integrated Leadership, where I just give 3 tips on bridging that gap between the intellectual and your inner wisdom. And yeah, I'm pretty accessible. I love connections. I love talking.
Nice. So then, of course, you already know at the end of each interview, I love to just hold some space for whatever's in your head or on your heart. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might this be?
Be open to see people from their heart space and not what you're perceiving from the outside. Just be open to learning from others. And I think that's one of the most exciting things for me about being on podcasts is what I learned from others. And then it helps me to expand my world. So yeah, please start looking at people from their heart space and not preconceived programming as you were growing up. Just present awareness.
With about a minute and a half we have left, what is next for Barb?
Well, the TEDx.
Obviously.
The Bring Your Woo to Work program. I just haven't decided if that's going to be one-on-one or if it's going to be group. I don't know. What would you guys think? Would you rather be a one-on-one or in a group?
I think there's advantages and disadvantages to both.
That's why I'm going back and forth. Yeah.
I guess it really depends on what you want to talk about and how you want to share it. So if you want people to get really vulnerable, that piece of it would be better for one-on-one, but a slightly more general conversation is better in group, especially if you tend to gravitate, or the other way around, if introverts tend to gravitate toward you.
I think the advantage, like in my world, groups work better than one-on-one just because people want to hear that other people are going through the same thing and that they're not alone. So I think it really comes down to what it is that you're trying to accomplish. And would that be helpful? Because I led a support group for years, and people really feed off of each other. And when you hear that, oh, I'm not the only one that's dealing with that, it's really therapeutic. So you have to kind of weigh that too.
Yeah.
I would start it as group, Barb.
I'm sorry?
I said I would start it as group and then just offer, you can be as vulnerable as you want right now. And if you need the one-on-one time, I'm certainly open to that.
That's a good idea.
I love it. Yeah, I think back to when I was in the Sheriff's Academy. I was the only female. I was the only female in the whole academy. And I had nobody to talk to. Nobody understood. So yeah, I like both. But yeah, the one-on-one after the group. But okay, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So nice to meet you.
You too. All right. Bye.
Good to see you again. Bye, Barb. Hi, Victor. If you were ready to come up on stage with us, just give me a thumbs up. I can't really see. I only see about here on your face. Okay. Thank you.
Is it better?
I always want to check. Oh, that's so cute. It does it on StreamYard too?
Was that?
I didn't know that it did the bubble. You see the little bubble of the thumbs up on your screen?
I see. Yeah, it does. So it looks good. Yeah, it looks so cute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, how are you, ladies?
Good.
Good. So Lisa's my co-host today. But I do like to start with the same question first because it's a research question, and second because it's fun, and it'll tell us little bits about your message and your business before you tell us about your message and your business. So are you ready?
I'll try. I'm ready.
Play with us. Be curious. It's all good. So Victor, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Person you can trust, person of integrity, and fun person to be with.
Aw, it's fun to. I'm trying to write quickly. So trustworthy, you have integrity, and that you are fun to be with. So why those 3 words? Why not the typical authentic, creative, and compassionate?
Well, when I say fun to be with is when you're the person who has passion, is you energize other people to be at the best. So, and then plus I'm very serious about how I spend my leisure time. So there I look for quality, whether I'm going to have a time with my family, just son. So we would go to have hiking, and I would seriously think how to add quality to his life and to make this. But it would not be. He would not even pay attention to me unless it's fun, unless it's just exploring life. And you're not doing the lecture style. So I guess, and then I ski, I do other activities, I like sports. So it's, I guess maybe that's what I thought.
So you like being outdoors?
Not always, but not as much I should, but I still believe at least that I do. But I'm very passionate about skiing. I've been skiing in Europe, Japan, even last year. Then one of the best resorts in US I was fortunate to go to. So I love that a lot.
Nice. So then how does trustworthy, integrity, and fun to be with, how does that play a role in the core message that you have for people?
Well, I believe anything you build, it would show later what is the values you have. And at first it was very obvious for me. It's at the early age that if you want to build something serious, you have to have a foundation, and foundation equals to trust. And you cannot ask people, you cannot trust me, you cannot even buy that with a lot of money, trust. But little by little, you invest in that trust. Like, for example, on the beginning of the business, like this year, we're celebrating 30th anniversary. But when it was just a young company, a year old, and I'm all about the message of trust, to deliver the service that we promise, keep up to that level, to always raise the bar. And then one day I come to work. Back then it wasn't the cell phones, wasn't the emails that you could receive, but then you always get those voicemails. And I come to the office on Monday. In our company, we usually do the work on weekends because we sell event merchandise right on site at the sporting events. So we sell official event merchandise. So for example, there will be United States Figure Skating Championships. We're the one who would create the design, and then our crew would come right on site to that event where we sell large variety of sportswear that comes with this official meet logo. And then competitors or whoever buys, they can design it right there on the spot by adding names on the back and other things that we do differently. So anyway, so as you send those people, salespeople, to those events, it's also based on trust that they will deliver your quality. And then I come in the morning, this is still a young company, and I'm always preach about the trust. Like, I'm in the morning and there's a voicemail. The lady is just so angry, and she screams at the phone, and she said, "I will do everything to get your company out." And obviously it was a huge red flag. It was a fire that instinctively I knew this is something big, something that needed my attention. I was even afraid to call her back because, you sense something really, really bad. So when I follow up, and she said, "Your people, when they arrive, we knew that they're not straight, they're drunk. But first we kind of like, oh, let it go. Maybe they will be all right. Maybe they can control themselves." And then they start acting crazy, because when people, for example, the lady would come and when I ordered a shirt, and she would say, "What size do you think I should get? Medium or small?" And this person says to his friend, "Ha ha ha, she thinks she needs medium, she needs extra large. Look at you." And those kind of like dark jokes. And so they were so they did something that they never done. They pretty much closed this operation down, and with such an embarrassment, because the director, when they host the event, and they trust us with their pretty much reputation, and now they get embarrassed because everybody will criticize them for the decision they make. And that's why she was so she just couldn't hold it. So when I follow up, she was calm, and she said, "Well, what happened, and I understand you're sorry, but I have to do what I have to do. I have to protect other people from companies like yours. So nothing personal. I will have to do that." Literally, she said, "I will do everything so that your company will not exist anymore." Wow. So when we hang up, I kind of like what I was going through is that I'm afraid that the company will close up, or the bankrupt. bankruptcy, what am I most afraid of? And what I was most afraid of, because remember I said, when you set yourself, you think you have those values, and then you will be tested. And at that moment, the biggest challenge for me was that she assumed that I am the same as those two people. That's why I pretty much hire people like that, because they resembles who I am to the core. So, and how could I tell her that I'm not? But first, I just want to make sure that she understands that I'm truly, truly sorry. This is not who I am. So I called my manager, because he's the one who actually trusted those people. He's the one who picked those people. I never met them in person. I never knew who he sends. This is the original director who sent them. And I call him, and he says, sorry, they were fine. But nevertheless, he said, what do you want me to do? And I said, get ready. And they will be like, you're going to go, and now you're going to meet her. And that was like 8 hours away. And he said, that's Victor, I understand you're trying to do something, but it's not going to help. Nothing's going to fix the situation. And I said, more to that, you're going to go and buy the biggest bouquet of flowers that you can find. Biggest, doesn't matter. You can spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars, but buy the biggest bouquet you can carry, actually, I said.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know if I can.
Yeah, something like that. And then a box of chocolate, I said. You're going to go and meet her in the office. There is no appointment is set, nothing. You're just going to go straight to her office. It doesn't matter if they say she is busy. You have to go and then kneel, literally kneel, go on your knees, and all you say, you don't say nothing. You just say, sorry, please forgive me. You don't say nothing else, just those two words, nothing else. So I convinced him, and he did what I asked. Later, I find out that he went on his knees. And when he went on his knees, he was trying to say those words. And all of the office got the attention. She was there, and other people surrounded. And he was saying those things, and she basically came and hugged him. And they were just like crying, and she was just like so relieved. And then so she became the biggest advocate for the young company as we were. Instead of calling to other people and saying you should not ever use Fine Designs, she was calling them and say, wherever you use, change them to Fine Designs.
That's a beautiful.
So it's but again, I tell these people's stories sometimes to my employees as this testimony, and I'm saying what changed her heart. And what I think is because it showed level of integrity. It measure in everything, and that was like if I would have say, for example, if I would have say, I'm sorry, let me send you a check, 3,000, 5,000 for the loss you had to take. Even that would not take that from the heart, wherever you do. So it has to be equal. So so like if you did this, if you made this sin, it has to be equal to how you repent, basically. And that's what I believe. Person felt sincere, how sincere we are, and we're truly sorry. This is not who we are. And so that's how it started, the company. And nowadays we are celebrating 30 years anniversary.
I love all of that. We just had a conversation with Barb about how people judge people before they really get to know them, or because of who they're associated with, or where you met them, or what they just happened to be doing at the time. I love that you took that and you turned it around and you really added that human layer to it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we assume we know. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
My first thought when you were telling the story was, how many people in that office are thinking that that gentleman is proposing to her?
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh man, see, ladies, you already think differently. So this is what you think. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that.
That's exactly what was going through my head.
Wow.
But I
That's
guess
true. Now as I think, that's true. That's true.
So admitting that you were wrong 30 years ago was probably one of the best things you could have done for yourself and your company, right?
That's right. That's right.
Did it really hurt that bad?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So everything happens for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this whole idea of trust, I know that typically in the business industry, people like to say, just get your customers to know you, like you, and trust you. And one of the things we've been playing with this week is calling BS on some of those copy paste things. The know, like, and trust is something that I call BS on, because get to know me, get to like me, get to trust me. When really, a lot of solopreneurs and heart-centered business is around something that they've been through, some sort of struggle. And really the journey here is I need to get to know that old version of me, get to trust that old version of me, and get to like that old version of me so that I can get to know, like, and trust the version that's today. And then share that with my customer and my ideal audience, so that in that container and in that love, or in your words, the big bouquet of flowers and the box of chocolates, they get to learn to know, like, and trust themselves. And then they do it naturally back.
Yeah. I just agree with everything you said, because nowadays there's just the hypocrisy is just like this high, is at the highest level because of this BS, because it's we all know what to say, but without actually heart, without the harmony in our hearts. But still, nevertheless, each human actually likes that. Each human needs that. It's like a need to trust the other human. We are sick and tired to have this pressure in life. We have enough pressure. And now imagine you cannot trust anybody, and you just go around and you think, can I trust this person? Can I trust that person? It just adds the level of pressure. The pressure goes down and your passion goes up. When you actually have the atmosphere of trust. So I believe what I tell my people: be genuine, be genuine. And if you have something in your life, don't be afraid to show that you're vulnerable, and maybe you share a story. It doesn't have to be always about upselling, doesn't have to be always about like go, always about that. But at the same time, show that it doesn't matter what happened in our lives, we will deliver what we're supposed to. We will never say that, look, I have this headache, I can't just do, because our events especially happens on weekends. You cannot just go and repeat that, because that's the scheduled events. Like if you don't show up, and if something happens, whether this is on the road because of the weather or any conditions in your life, you still have to show up and you still have to deliver the service. So there was moments where you have to come up with a different solution, but it takes time. But most important, I believe, to be genuine.
Yeah. That reminds me of Monday, our very first interview for some reason we couldn't hear or see our guest. And so I needed to call her on Facebook Messenger, hook my phone up to my ring light so that the phone was here and I could have a conversation.
Oh, wow.
And then my microphone was in front of the phone. I had headphones on so that we couldn't hear each other back and forth. And she had headphones on, and both of us had one ear off so that we could hear. It was a big mess, but it worked.
That's a good solution. That is, you found solution. You
We
found
found
solution.
Gotta
Right.
get creative.
Yeah.
So
Be
Victor,
creative. Right. Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
I love this message around trust, and it really blends in with many of the conversations that we had about leadership and just being a human being, and especially a good human being. Were you always a big advocate for like full-on trust in business, or was there a story behind that?
Well, no, I think it's a value that I carried that from my youth, and maybe it hurts when people betray you. It hurts when they say one thing and they do the other. And maybe the other thing, what I thought, this is my advantage. This is what I know about myself. So when they say you have to sell yourself first before you sell the company, this is what I felt kind of like. I'm proud of myself. In other words, I have something. I remember in the beginning that people would doubt, like, you calling me from Seattle and my event in New York. What if this happens? What if that happens? And you don't show up. And I would tell people, if that salesperson didn't show up, I would buy the ticket for, regardless of the cost, even if I have to go and get my last savings, but I would be there. And with everything that is in my heart, and when I tell that is kind of like person on the other side, never met me, never knew me, never heard of this company before. This company had no reputation, but it would trust me. So I kind of like knew that this is works to my advantage, and I would actually. So this was the message from the beginning that I would preach to my people, and so it has to be in your family, it has to be in you, it has to be the atmosphere and the relationships you build within the company before you go outside. Because if you don't have that within your own circle, small circle, bigger circle, then that becomes a hypocrisy. That is just BS again.
And building that reputation is worth its weight in gold, because there seems like out there in the world today, or at least, I don't know, society, it's almost become an epidemic of people. You make appointments to have them come and give you an estimate on this or that, and they don't even show up.
Yeah. That's so true. That's so true. I remember when
Oh, where'd you go, Victor? That's okay. He'll be back in a moment. In the meantime, Lisa, what's something that stood out to you so far?
With Victor?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Gosh, I think that kind of what he is, the theme that he's going with is probably one of the most important things that we can create for ourselves, because it's such a chronic problem out there. I mean, I think it's happened to all of us. We call a type of service. I mean, just recently I was going through this home cleaning service. I can't tell you how many times I booked a housekeeper, and not only didn't they show up, but they ghosted me.
Oh,
and this
wow.
is a business. This is not like an individual house cleaner. This is a business that contracts out to house cleaners, and it happened to me probably 5 or 6 times. And I finally just, I'm not doing this anymore. And they confirmed like the day before. So what he's saying, that's why I say what he's saying is just worth its weight in gold. And if you can create that reputation and people, that's really what's going to set off the word of mouth referring, because of the principles that he lives by. Yeah, and Victor even shows up and goes above and beyond the call of duty. That's hard to find today. It really is. Has that been your experience?
Well, my parents have been doing some renovations because they have mobility issues and are disabled. Both of them have been disabled for years. Yay, fibromyalgia and other things. And so they had people coming in trying to give quotes and estimates. And so then it's like, the idea is I'm trying to pay you money to come to my house and do things, and yet you don't want to come get this money I'm trying to give you. It's like, it's mind-boggling.
It is. It is.
But it reminds me of a video that I saw on Gary V's, I think it was his Instagram, where he's talking about this one lady that came in and she had some sort of a complaint about the wine. I think they didn't have one in stock or it didn't get delivered, something along that lines. Oh, you're back.
Hello?
Yay!
Yeah. I just started
hearing
sharing. Yes.
Because I can't hear you now.
We can type in the chat. We can type in the chat. This is not my first rodeo. Can you go to the chat? Chat. I'm pointing the right way.
Let me
no, the opposite way.
Leave and then I'll come back.
Okay.
We can hear him. He can't hear us.
I don't know. I've had interviews where we couldn't hear the person or they couldn't hear us. And so we did one interview where the entire time we just typed questions in the private chat. And then thankfully our guest was really good at telling stories. So she just looked at the question and answered the question with a story. Most of the questions took 10 to 15 minutes. So I was like, great. We don't have to write a novel in the chat. All the things that happen.
Well, you're a great host. You're a great host. This has been a lot of fun. This is really fun.
We're going to try this again.
Okay, I'm back. So, because for some reason, when people start connecting, I lost the connection or something. Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, we'll just use the private chat and then we can ask you questions. I've done that.
I see. Okay, got it. You always have solution. You always have solution.
She's definitely an out of the box thinker. I love
it. Yeah, great.
You have to be. Yeah.
When you're live, you have it, just like you were saying, Victor, right? You'll find any way to get there. With StreamYard, if you don't go live within 15 minutes of you saying you're going live, the whole thing ends.
Really?
And so sometimes there's celebrities here. And so if it doesn't go live, I have to rebook 20 people.
Oh,
I guess 30 people. No, not happening. You go live and you just figure it out as you go.
Yeah.
So right as you were coming back, Victor, I was talking about this video that I saw on Gary V's social media. I think it was his Instagram, where he was talking about this lady that either couldn't find the wine that she was looking for, or it didn't get delivered to her house. And they thought, well, we'll just order some in, or we'll just send another one. And he's like, no. I am going to personally go to her house, or wherever the address is that she shared. I'm assuming it was her house. With, I think it was flowers, right? And a case of the wine that she wanted, not the wine bottle.
That's cool.
Story. And she was like, oh my God, this is wonderful. I can't believe you came in person during the busy time of your day to come drop that off to me.
Right.
And she was the same thing. She became the biggest advocate for the store.
Right.
I love those stories.
Yeah, no, it reminds me when I have, so I live in a multi-million-dollar homes, and I had a relationship with one real estate agent, but it's all pretty much the same. And she would just thank you. It's kind of like smile. But then there was a young fellow. He wanna win the business, but I kind of like thinking, okay, I might give him a chance. But then I'm thinking, you guys all the same, all you just trying to sweep the business to your way. But what is this to me? Kind of thinking like, okay, I'm gonna give you a chance to make this commission because you're persistent or wherever. But then I'm telling you, when that experience was, it's so personal, just like you saying, he pretty much did so much research to find out about every family member. Then he would just get the presents. He would always deliver that in person. He would never miss a Christmas or any other holidays. But the way he does that, you feel it, that this is not because he wants to put the check mark and just say quickly goodbye. So it's kind of like now I'm thinking, there is no way if somebody calls me and trying to get the business, there is no way I can go to somebody else, even if they offer me something that is more money. So it's we humans, we do value that, we like that. And think about this, what happened to the America after the COVID. People didn't want to come back to work where there is no respect, when they pretty much have to work because they have to pay the bills. Now people realize, I would prefer to be a freelancer, find the work and do that, because what I have passion with, that's like, it was something we could not even imagine, that it would people will be prefer to stay home and lose a job and not to be afraid how they going to survive. So that, to me, that was like a wow, the time is changing.
I think if I remember the numbers correctly, there was a 60% increase in entrepreneurship right after COVID.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That is a really good statistics. That is a really good statistics. Wow.
Yeah. And then, so the conversation around that was, well, why are people doing that? Why do they want to work for themselves? Is it because they don't like to work from home, or because they liked it so much? Right. But then also the landscape of business, period, has been changing to a more gig economy.
Right.
I was just going to say that, people have a lot more flexibility now than they did back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even within organizations, because everybody was allowed to work remotely.
Yeah.
And even in a post-pandemic society, a lot of people are still working at least a couple days from home and only having to go into the office a couple. So it's a nice hybrid type of life that we never saw before.
Yeah. I remember if 10 years ago, even 10 years ago, if I call in a client and they would ask me, what is that noise? Are you at home? And oh, no, sir. That's just like somebody came to the office. It's just because it's, you can't even foresee that. And now you call in a person, there is a dog barking, kids crying, and it's becomes normal. And he just says, okay, let me go to another room and shut the door. This is it. So it's a new normal, but
it is.
But what I still believe, people grew because the reason why we could not even imagine that, because we thought it's only leadership that is a self-motivated, self-discipline. But for the most people, you really have to control them. You have to manage them. You have to babysit them. And then again, it goes to the trust. You have to trust more people. Yeah. If you trust them without babysitting, without screw their life with the stuff. I will fire you if you don't do that, wherever. It just without, so the person lacking the respect, and when the person lacking the respect, they would never work in that atmosphere the way they could unleash their potential. So it comes to the potential. So I believe that's what people realize, and that's why those 60% they decide to go different route. It's because nowadays you can demand flexibility, and you can get the flexibility. Any organization would allow you nowadays to, at least like you said, to work at least 2 days from your home. It's like, and if somebody demands even more, so you would just have to do it because we know it works, and it's okay with the society. Society accepts that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wanted to comment on, because I think this is a really important point for us to piggyback on, when you say that you have to trust your employees. But don't you also agree that that trust has to be earned, because they are a representation of you, like you pointed out in your story of the woman that was so upset, and you're trying to say, well, that wasn't me you were working with, but it was, because they were a representative of your company.
That's right.
And then after the way you handled it, which was brilliant and successful, then did you trust those people after that they knew that that's the way you handled situations like that?
No, those 2 salespeople, they were fired.
Oh, we can hardly hear you. Is your hand over the mic?
What about now?
There you go.
Okay, so those 2 salespeople, yes, they were fired.
So you learned a really important lesson there. And then how long did it take you after that to earn the trust of the next people that worked for you, where you say, okay, yeah, they know exactly how I would handle this? But that takes proof. They have to.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And so I would tell people, I will give you, in other words, the flexibility, the freedom. I would never put you on the spot, kind of like, look, I'm the boss. As long as you earn that trust, as long as you say, you can trust me, but you have to earn that. You're absolutely right. But the minute you are the ones who you pretty much control that. You have that control. You have that option. So, but then to me, it was like, if that person, if they're on the other side, is not up to that, then I don't want to have the people with the mentality, if you don't catch me, then I'm okay. So it's, in other words, you always have to control them, manage them, spend money on this management with a stick and carrot.
Well, you have to babysit people. You might as well do it yourself, right?
So from the beginning, I said, I don't want to have the mentality stick and carrot. I want to have the mentality of trust. But with trust, like you said, it goes both ways.
Yeah.
It just goes both ways. If it's not goes both ways, you have to make a decision. For some people, because they came from the traditional background of stick and carrot, that sometimes you spend the time, you say, look, this is different environment. Nobody's going to babysit it, but you have to be passionate about results. You have to be passionate about this company. You really have to care about that. But with that, you get reputation to yourself. Anywhere you go, you will be you yourself. You will have a different value than what you have right now. So some people, they get the message, and they become of what you're trying to achieve. And some people didn't get that, especially the people who has been on that side of the traditional teaching for a very long time, it is very hard to convince them.
If you see people demonstrate that willingness, that loyalty, but they still, once in a while make mistakes, will you give them a little bit more latitude and work with them to, correct the mistakes versus if they're not showing that dedication, loyalty, and willingness?
Of course, and that also goes part of the trust again.
Yeah.
Because if person thinks if I commit a mistake and I will be fired, then again it takes the trust away, because you say you care, but you really don't care about me. All you're obsessed is about your company, money, and results. So, for example, I had a situation where my manager came to me and said, Andrea makes the look that she is working, but she doesn't. She is like, I don't know what she does, but she comes, she is looking the screen of the computer, but she doesn't do anything. And look at her results, is locked in there. So yes, as a boss, I get upset because I'm thinking, why you're doing that? You're getting paid and everything. And then, so I called her to the office to speak privately. And I said, look, tell me the truth. What is going on? Because I do understand you have to pay the bills, and maybe you're in a situation where you pretend to work, but you really don't because you can't. What is going on in your life? And she would tell me, she would open up and she would say, look, I just came from a clinic, and the doctor or psychiatrist would tell me I need to get on those pills for them on depression. And she said, I look what it did to my mom. I look what it did to my sister, and I don't want that. And I'm going through that crazy stuff right now. I don't know how to handle that. And I was just thinking, just a minute ago, I could have just added to that pressure more. And now I have a chance to help her. So at that moment, I made the decision and I said, I really care about you, and I wish I can help you. So I said, how about you get the 3 days off? You'll get paid just like normally. And here's the $20. Promise me you'll go to this bookstore. And I wrote down the name of the book that I want her to read. And then, so it's kind of like, still, even at that moment where I was saying, I sense she's still doubting in my words, because she would think this is maybe the nice way to get rid of her, because some people do that in a nice way. And then when she realized it's not, and she come back and she saw that her check did not withdraw any amount, it was actually more. And she completely changed. Her attitude was never the same. And you would never have to babysit in her anywhere, anytime. She would just always do her best. And if she couldn't do her best, she would actually come and say and admit, sorry, today I just can't do my best. And you would say, Andrea, don't worry.
Victor, I want to come to work for you.
Oh,
you
man.
treat people like they matter.
Well, today, to be honest, I'm more like a semi-retired, but actually semi-retired a long time ago. At one point, I took that business and changed the model to like a franchisee, to licensing, where now I don't do what I used to do, because I used to come to work on a daily basis, and as a boss, I'm still CEO of the company, but I'm more in a relationship with my leadership department. And then I would travel sometimes to different areas, because we're all over the United States, but actually all over Europe, New Zealand, Australia, and I would travel sometimes I would do the seminar. And then once a year, we have an annual conference where we meet with all of the key people. So that's where I speak, that's where I give my heart, and that's where I share the values. So what I'm proud of people now, because they got this message and they do that. So that's what keeps me alive, and that's what gives me the pleasure, gives me the satisfaction, because of the fact that it did not stop with me. It
Awesome.
just they took that much farther, and so that's where I am.
So Victor, we have about 1 minute left, and I just want to make sure that people know where to find you and what your favorite way is to communicate.
They could find me on the social media, and I'm sure you can give them that information. Also, I would suggest look at the new business that we are right now are given a small chance for people to get in as a franchise. It's a business, Arctic Elevation. If you could look it up, go on the website. It's also on social media, Arctic Elevation. It's completely different business that my son actually developed, and I'm behind that business as well. And within 6 months, the results is phenomenal. Something that usually takes about 2 years, we have done that within 3 months to get to the break-even point. And so this is about the cryotherapy, it's about the wellness, about your being at the best yourself, and it's like a small wellness center. So it's so that's like within 6 months we already sold so many territories, but still it's a lot it's a new opportunity for a lot of people. So if they hear me, that would be a great time to give us a call.
Thank you so much, Victor, for being here with us and working through the tech issues. So I really enjoyed this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me
Thank
too.
you,
Nice
ladies.
to meet you.
Thank you. I enjoy, and I really appreciate for this invitation. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Bye, Victor. We'll see
Bye-bye.
you soon.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Kathy. I see you behind the scenes. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. How are you? Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too. Thanks for having me.
I just want to highlight the fact that I met you at the Experts Boot Camp. I have to check my calendar. 3 weeks ago?
No.
For the first time? No? Never met you? Ever? No.
No, I don't think so.
You were at the Experts Boot Camp.
Not 3 weeks ago.
4 weeks ago?
No, I was in LA.
It was June 21st, 2nd, and 23rd.
I don't remember. Sorry. I speak so much.
With Corey Poria. Yeah.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Maybe. It was like a little interview thing. Anyway, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I'm glad that you're here.
Thanks.
So I like to start off every interview with the same question because I'm doing research and because it's fun, because we get to see a little bit of your message and your business before you ever tell us about your message and your business.
Got it.
So are you ready for that?
Sure.
Awesome. So if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Magical, fast, and outcomes.
Ooh, that was quick. So magical, I can't write that fast. Magical, fast, and outcomes? Awesome. Why do you want to be described as magical, fast, and outcomes?
Because that's what I do for people as a master hypnotherapist. I speak on mindset for success, sales, and outcomes, and more income. Been doing it 30 years.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. So then you already started to tell us how that weaved into your core message. So what is your core message?
I really love to educate people about subconscious and sales, and really just boot traditional training because it's so out of date and old school. And I help my clients make a ton of money really quick. And it's just all an inner game.
Ooh, it really is. We've been having that conversation all day with each person we've been interviewing. It's been a lot on treating human beings as human beings, just the whole idea of old school leadership versus new school leadership.
Paradigm shifts.
Oh, just all of it.
Yep.
And I just love how all of it connects.
Yeah.
So what is it about the old sales tactics that just drive you crazy?
Well, I think you have to remember it was all we had access to for years. So my background's in sales. I worked for a company. I was a sales rep, and I was also in the real estate industry. I had my real estate license. I've been selling ever since, I got out of high school, really. And I think we're all in sales, really. We really are. And all that was available was, set your goals and take massive action and all that stuff. And I did all those things. And then when I was so stressed and, beside myself, I finally went and saw a hypnotherapist 30 years ago. And I didn't see her for sales. I went to see her for stress. And as my stress decreased and my income increased, I started sharing those mindset solutions with people. And 30 years later, the Subconscious Selling Academy is my thing. And I speak all over to entrepreneurs, real estate agents, investors, anybody who has to self-generate, coaches, on how to really, I have an 8-week program. I talk about money mindset. I talk about your strategies. I talk about what works, what doesn't. And it's all that inner stuff, that confidence, the connection, the capacity to take the right action, not just actions. They have to be aligned and all that. So anyway, I've been doing this for so long, and I was really a salmon swimming up a stream by myself for many, many, many years. And I often say, especially as a woman, there were not a lot of women speakers out there 25 years ago. So I really was kind of a lone ranger with many men on stages, many men teachers, the Bob Proctor and Deepak Chopra and Tony Robbins and Brian Tracy, and all men, and yet all women bought. So I was really, a lone ranger. I've opened for Deepak Chopra. I've been on thousands of stages, and people I feel like are finally starting to listen. So, it's just been a journey. I'm a single mom. I had 2 little girls and raised them by myself, and I'd bring them to events with me at night, and they'd hand my handouts for me. And, so I really feel like I was quite a pioneer in the mindset world. And I have programs and products, and I've helped thousands of people produce extraordinary results and primarily increase their income and their outcomes, like I said earlier.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. What inspired you to get into speaking, even though it was male dominated? Many people would just stop there and say, this is too in my face. This isn't right for me. What made it right for you?
It wasn't a thing back then. There weren't speakers like there are today. You didn't have to pay to play, now they call it. And that wasn't even a thing. And coaching wasn't a thing. Everyone wasn't a coach. Nobody was really entrepreneurs. People still had jobs back then. So I always say this career called me. I'm a very, very good hypnotherapist, and my clients got such incredible results that I had somebody ask me, hey, will you come and speak? I'm like, I don't know how to do that. So I started getting sponsors, and they started paying me to put me on stages. And honestly, I didn't know what I was doing. I was sharing solutions that worked for me. I didn't have products. I didn't have a book yet. I didn't have anything, but they were paying me, and then started plugging me into all these conferences and things. And so, that's what I did. And it grew as I grew. And then, of course, I started creating products and programs and all that. But I really just started sharing what was working for me and how I was making the kind of money and getting the outcomes I was getting, because I was working with a hypnotherapist, and it wasn't for money. It wasn't even for that. It was for so many other things. But as a result of me working on me, I started to increase my confidence, my communication, my capacity to connect before the internet was around. And then, of course, show people the solution, and then share the investment with the price and the time and everything else. And I started producing remarkable results in my own life.
Ooh, so do you think the hypnotherapy was responsible for you unblocking the things that were standing in your way? And that's really what it was. Yeah. What it's connected to. Yeah. I totally believe that.
And it really boiled down to my own self-worth, my value, and all those deeper inner wounds, that we're all dealing with at some level, different levels, but nobody was talking about that. Now they are. Today, it's a very common conversation, but 30 years ago, it's get a job. I was a mom, try to keep your marriage together and all that. And I was miserable. So I started really looking, within. And I was fortunate. I have had some incredible teachers in my life. I feel very blessed for that.
Yeah.
And then I went on to the American Institute of Hypnotherapy. And then I took all my NLP training from Tad James, who, you know, is pretty much the king of NLP back in the day. So I've been very blessed to, you know, I actually had to go to school and sit in classes. I didn't go online to do anything. So I had my children through hypnobirthing. I use hypnosis for everything.
Wow.
I absolutely love it. I use it for everything.
So I think there's a lot of truth to say that most of us are just standing in our own way, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of the message I'm hearing loud and clear.
Yeah. And, you know, here's the cool thing, like everybody has a genius and there's so many smart people. And I love that everybody's being entrepreneurs today and, you know, in their alignment, in their calling. And yet I find so many people don't know how to monetize that. They go, Cappy, I'm so good at this and I want to do this, but I need a job to pay my bills. So there's a huge, you know, disconnect there because I call a job a false sense of security. You know, you really got to build your own business and your own confidence in your own self, really, to be able to influence and impact people the way most of us want to do.
So where do people get caught up in marketing those things that they're good at or that they're learning?
You know, well, today, of course, we're bombarded with information, right? So again, I'm old school. You know, I went and cold called all day. I did. I walked into businesses all day long. So, you know, it's a different game today. So I've had the struggle going from a stage to online. I'm not big online. I'm not great at it. It wasn't my generation, if you will.
Yep.
But, you know, I still have so many resources and so many referrals, and I still speak a lot. So for me, I'm speaking to younger people now to do my social media and have an interview this afternoon with a gal to, you know, and I've hired different people, but nobody's really been able to get me to the place or space and the groove I want to be in yet. But that's, you know, it's just a busy world now. So I think that here's, I'll share a key for everybody. This is where I got caught up. When I was young and I worked for a company and I sold that company, I worked for ADP. I sold payroll and taxes, if you can believe that. But when I was traditionally taught, you know, all the old school sales training stuff, I did well. Sold real estate as well. When I had to get up and start standing up and talking about Cappy Pidwell, that's a whole different dynamic.
Yeah.
And that's when I really started to discover I could sell a blue towel or a purple this or a car or whatever. But then all of a sudden I had to get up and be so raw and be like, this is my product. This is my book. This is my sessions. This is my subconscious stuff. I'm a rock star. By me. That was a big transition when I had to look back on it. I didn't realize, but I think a lot of people cave when it comes to especially healers and people that are helpers and nurturers. They kind of cave. So it's not being overconfident or cocky or salesy, but how do you position yourself? And that really was the key for me. How do I position myself as somebody who is an expert in my arena? And I am, and I'm very good. And I have a lot of social proof and been in movies and have books and all that great stuff. But it's really coming across as just so comfortable in your own skin and so clear on your message and your product and your programs and the outcomes people get. So I had to learn that from not coming from, when we've all seen it, the slimy salespeople on the stage, like, buy my stuff right to the back of the room. You know, it just doesn't work anymore. It's just such a turnoff. So I think that I've gotten very skilled at that over the years, just really being real. And I'm not for everybody. And there's a price tag and there's a time investment if they're going to work with me, of course. But yeah, so I think I don't know. I just think it's really being comfortable, you know, in your own self and what you're sharing, the solutions.
Was there ever a time in the beginning of this metamorphosis that you went through that you felt that you kind of suffered from imposter syndrome?
No, I never did. I don't even like that word. You know, my soul and myself and my ego and every single part of me, you know, shows up in everything I do. I don't really buy that. I think that there's a lot of people, excuse my French, that are full of S-H-I-T out there. I've never been that person. So I never really, I think the biggest thing was really just getting comfortable with the fact that I do know how to change people's lives, and I've changed a lot of lives.
And I
And
know psychologically, a lot of people do fall prey to that. I never did, but yeah, I know that it's a very real thing, and it holds a lot of people back. So I'm glad that that wasn't one of your setbacks.
I think, for me, as like I said, as a woman, that was challenging when I was younger. I would get approached by men, and every joke you could ever think of. Oh, are you going to hypnotize me to take my clothes off? I mean, I heard it all. And my name's Cappy, so people would always be like, oh, I don't know. I heard everything out there. So that was more frustrating for me as being taken seriously as a professional, getting up on a stage. And, I've been on some big stages, and that was kind of a turnoff to me behind the scene, behind the curtain, how slimy some people that would get up there and talk about integrity, and then they had none because they were like their wedding ring while they were like hitting on you or being inappropriate or whatever. So I dealt with a lot of that. And that was frustrating for me because I wasn't there for those reasons. And I didn't feel like I was always taken seriously back in the day. Again, it's different today. But I think it really just came from being that believer in yourself, right? And I was a leader. I had 2 little girls looking up to me all the time. So my daughters inspired me constantly as a single parent. So, my daughter used to make me these little signs and say, Mama, I believe in you. She couldn't even spell believe. I believe in you. And I used to carry it with me. Yeah, I love it. I believe in you. So, it's just those kinds of things that really would keep me going and be like, I got this. And yeah, my name's Cappy and I do hypnosis and I'm different. That's a good thing, So I just owned it.
Cool.
There are a lot of moms who don't want to do interviews or don't want to do the speaking gigs because they have their kids. Mm-hmm. What would you want to say to those moms? Because you did it.
Yeah.
Like it's possible, but how would you get them started?
Well, I think it's like anything. First off, you have to have a passion and you have to have a message that you want to share with the world and get your message out there. And I felt like for my daughters, I did want to teach my daughters they could do and be and have whatever they wanted to be, because I certainly wasn't taught those things. I was very limited in my, in my family and in my life. So I had to learn this on my own. So I think that, if you have a passion and you have a purpose, it's not about, I wish everybody could hear this message, because this is so important to understand. When you're a speaker, it is not about you. Get yourself out of the way. It is all about, and I think this is in my book. I have a book called The Mindset Code. It's always what you're coming from, never what you're going to go to or get. And if you're up on a stage and you're coming from love and you're coming from a clarity and you're coming from a sense of self that you have value to share, it's very easy to show people the way. It's like, here's how much it is. Here's how it works. Here's what I do. If it's not for you, great. No big pressure, no nothing. There's no pressure involved. It's communication. It's clarity. So if women, have children and they want to speak or they don't want to speak, if they want to share their message. And I did look at my life. I still do. My kids are 31 and 27, and they're the most 2 incredible women I've ever met in my life. But I'm still, I'm still their mom, right? And you're always a leader as a parent. You're a leader. And so your kids are going to duplicate you. They're going to copy you. They're going to do what you do or don't do. And that was very important to me as a single mother they didn't have a man influence that was positive. And, I came from a pretty rough background. And so I just decided to be that person for them. Yeah. So I think women can do whatever they want. Women are amazing. We collaborate so well. We support each other. We can cry if we're afraid, unlike a man, right? So to me, it's like, find your community, your message, and, don't cheat the world from your own gifts.
And the rest follows. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you know your gifts? I know you talked about hypnotherapy and going through all of the training that you didn't have with real estate and with sales. How did you know as you were taking those steps that something was your gift versus just something that you were learning?
Oh, that's a great question. So when I first, I'm sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Oh, I thought someone said something. When I first went to see a hypnotherapist, because my stress was so high, I got lockjaw really bad in my jaw. And I would grind my teeth at night because I was just so stressed all the time.
Yeah.
So I went to the doctor, did all the traditional stuff. I was not a metaphysical, spiritual person at all. Total type A personality, sales, made a lot of money, you know, the whole gig. And then I decided, after the doctor wanted to break my jaw and do this massive surgery, somebody said one day, Cappy, you should try hypnosis. And I laughed. I was like, yeah, right. Nobody could ever hypnotize me. I thought it was really silly. And that day I was driving home and I was in excruciating pain. I couldn't open my mouth for 5 days. And I was driving home and that little voice inside my head said, what if it worked? And I went, you know, what do I have to lose? I'm going to try it. So I went and I tried it. And one session later, my jaw popped open. I didn't have to have surgery. And she made me a little cassette tape and I like fell in love with it. I couldn't get enough of it. And then I went back to her a few weeks later. I said, well, what else can you do? If you can do that, what else can you do? Magic. That's what I said earlier. What else can you do? So I started working with her. She became my teacher and my mentor and originally. And it was just life-changing. I started doing past life regressions, and then going through school, I would just close my eyes and they'd hand you a script and I'd just throw the script on the counter and I'd see pictures in my head. And then I would talk to the client and get done. And they were like, how'd you know to see like a truck or whatever I was done? I'm like, I saw it. So I started realizing I had a gift, and still to this day, when I make sessions, I just close my eyes and tune in and it all just pours out of me. So it's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Somebody described it to me once as those little things that you don't notice that you're doing daily that you don't even think about. Mm-hmm. Those tend to be more of your gifts. Do you find that that's true in more areas than the hypnotherapy?
Yeah, well, we feel like it's just normal. Like everybody should know this, right? But no, that's not really the case. And that's when we get to really embrace our gift and say, this is my gift. I can tell you, like, math is not my gift. I'm the first one to say I have gifts and I don't have gifts, right? Yeah. So it's really being able to embrace, who we are and who we aren't. And when I can tune in and impact a life, or, I have many, many clients that have had cancer that are cancer free. And I don't do all that anymore, but over the years, kids and you name it, I've done it. I did thousands of sessions for years. And so I don't do a lot of the one-on-one anymore, once in a while through a referral, but I mostly speak. And then I have like an 8-week program. It's called the Subconscious Selling Academy. So so it's just, you have to embrace that. And then of course, put it in a process and a program and a product and monetize all of that to make your gift and have that freedom and all the financial well-being and all the things that we teach people how to do. We have to have that for ourselves. So I've mastered that for sure. I have a lot of products and programs, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Now, is it true that some people can't be hypnotized?
I mean, if they don't want to be, but if you go to sleep at night, you can get hypnotized.
And have you ever heard tell of a hypnotic state when people are meditating?
It's the same state of mind. It's all alpha, theta, delta. I mean, it's the same thing. So here's how I explain hypnosis. I tell everybody, get rid of the word. That's it. Just delete the word. NLP, hypnosis, just delete it all. You have a mindset and it is already set. And I have to undo more than I have to do for people. So if somebody has limiting beliefs that they're not good enough or smart enough or whatever, old enough or whatever they're telling themselves, I have to undo more than I have to do. So I have to unhypnotize from past programs, if you will. So I don't even like the word, but the power of the subconscious is phenomenal. And when programmed properly with new data in there, I call it the daily drip. When you're putting new data in there, the difference between meditation and hypnosis is I'm giving somebody specific suggestions for specific outcomes. So if money's the block or stop, it's suggestions for money. If, picking up the phone for a lot of my clients, they can't pick up the phone, they avoid, closing conversations, whatever. I help them with very specific outcomes. Their strategies. Do they have smart strategies or stupid strategies? I could talk to people and they tell me how busy they are, but I'm like, is that making you money? If it's not a smart strategy. So dump it. Why are you wasting all your time on A, B, and C when you can go over here and create this smart strategy that's going to monetize you? But people get emotionally addicted to their habits and behaviors. So I have a whole thing on behaviors and habits. So I have a whole system. I, help people with their strategies, their goals, their money mindset, their habits. It's really powerful stuff. And I know what people need because I've done it for so many people.
That kind of leads into my next question. I was going to say, if people don't know exactly what they need or they can't describe it, is there a way that you can figure it out quickly, or is it more general?
Yeah, I figure it out really quick, especially in my one-on-ones. It's kind of crazy. I know exactly what they need. But in groups, in my group program, it's a little different because it's not, I'm dealing with, a few more people. But I keep those groups really small so that I can help them. They're not huge groups. So yeah, it's pretty easy for me to identify for people right away. And it's cool as they start, because I have a workbook and they have subconscious sessions and Zooms and all that. They start to work in the workbook and really discover what's in their subconscious, and they start to get those ahas. And then the really secret sauce for me is then they get the session to change that.
Do you find that there are patterns? Wealth, of course, is one of them, and I know health is another one. Do you have like a top 3 or top 5 that people tend to come and ask your help with?
Money is number
Money
one.
is the number one.
Even over weight loss. I mean, I used to speak at Curves, and I used to have I still do have a weight loss program. I don't even talk about it, but yeah, it's money over that. Can you believe that? I'd go speak on health and well-being and weight loss, and people would be like, I want that money program. I'm like, wow. So I have a program called Mental Money Mastery on my website. I've had it for years. I've never raised the price, and I've sold thousands of them, and the testimonials are just magical. So money's probably the top thing for me personally that people come and see me for.
Because a lot of people believe that money will bring them happiness.
I don't necessarily know if that's their belief. Their belief might be it's hard to make. Their belief might be there's not enough. Their belief might be, it has to come from somebody else. Everybody has, their core money stuff. So not one thing, it's several things.
Do you notice a pattern between any of them?
Yeah, I call it the enoughness factor. I'm not old enough, young enough, smart enough. I haven't done it long enough. The enoughness, everything. I don't make enough. I don't have enough. That's a big factor for people. So really identifying what do you commonly say about money. So Mental Money Mastery, one of the first week, it's a 3-week series of subconscious workbook and videos with me and stuff. I call it Buy Me in a Box. It's really cool. But in week 1, I have them in the session sit across from money and build a new relationship. And I mean, I get so many emails, people just crying their eyeballs out to me going, wow, I never realized the energy I put on money. I'm like, well, I wonder why you don't have any or you struggle with it. But if that was a child and you were sitting there saying, oh, you're not good enough or smart enough or whatever, the enoughness thing, that kid wouldn't grow and flourish either. So money's the same thing. It's just an energy. So I reframe people's mindset around it, and the outcomes are extraordinary.
So what would be the opposite feeling of enoughness? Something that we can strive toward?
I would say lavish, right? Like going from lack to lavish, abundance, plenty, that's just like it's everywhere. Abundance is everywhere. We're not counting that breath we breathe in the room. There's abundance everywhere. But a lot of people live in lack and worry and fear, and then they wonder why they don't have any money. It's a big topic. Again, it's part of it's part of what I teach people is really how do you break through that pattern and then put those systems together, products, programs, whatever it is you're selling, and go have the life you want to live.
Exactly. So you mentioned that you're a speaker. You also mentioned you had a book. Do you have it beside you so we can see the cover? Or
I don't have it in front of me. Usually when I use Zoom, it's in the background. It's called The Mindset Code, and it is on Amazon. And my book is endorsed by Stedman Graham, and I love him. Yeah, he's a sweetheart.
Mhm.
So, yeah, so, and it's got, sessions in there you can read. It's got a mirror session. It's got things you can record. So basically in chapter 1, you just pick the topic and you work through that topic through the whole book. And it's a super simple read. And then I also have the subconscious sessions that go with the book if people don't want to read them themselves. Yeah, it's really cool. It's on Amazon.
So we have speaking, we have writing. Obviously, you're doing podcasting. Are there any other ways that you would?
I mean, I do a lot of interviews, but I don't have my own. I'm technically challenged. So I hire people, but I haven't necessarily always found the right people to get the job done. But I do speak a lot. I spoke this morning. I still speak a lot just because I live in Orange County in California. So I have a lot of, referrals and resources and companies. I do a lot of corporate stuff and a lot of real estate stuff. And yeah, so keeps me busy.
We talked a lot about alternative ways. So things like poetry and music and painting also came up as ways to share your message. Do you have other more resourceful or creative ways that you share your message?
No, this hypnosis is my baby. My products are magical. They're really good. And a lot of times I'll lay down at night and I'll listen to other stuff and I'm like, I got to go back to my stuff because I don't like the tonality or the voice or the music. I'm so picky about all my stuff. So
me too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to do a YouTube search for anything. Maybe one day I'm just so angry and I need something to calm me down, or another day I'm just trying to sleep. The sleep ones drive me crazy the most because you're like, I'm finally getting relaxed, and then they have an awkward gong.
Right. Or
you're just like, oh, and I'm awake again.
Well, I have some good stuff on YouTube. I've got some visual hypnosis videos. They're really cool. Go check them out.
For sure.
We talked about using a flame earlier this week as a meditative way just to visualize. Are your visual videos, is it more of an image or is it something that's moving?
You'll have to go check them out. They're really cool.
Oh, I will definitely check them out.
They're basically visual hypnosis. They're amazing. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm very creative. So I like to create things that people haven't really done. And so I do those. I just put them out. There's one on money that's really good. There's a few. I only have a few. I don't have a huge YouTube channel or anything, but I put some products out there. And then I have some free workbooks and stuff like that where people get on my website that they can go get. I say you have to do the work. And I feel truly that today, with all the information, everyone's trying to meditate and close their eyes, but there's not a lot of people that are really specific in the recipe to get the change. And I really think step 1 is you need to dig into your own subconscious and you need to see what's programmed. If you don't know and you're just trying to pile information on top of old programs, you're not going to get the outcomes. So I've seen too many people struggle with that. And they go, Gabby, have you heard of this? I've done this. I've done this. I've done this. And I'm like, well, do you have the outcome you want? And they're like, no. I'm like, I know why.
What would you say is the biggest difference between hypnosis, hypnotherapy, and just self-meditation?
The specific suggestions for the specific.
What I thought you were going to say. Yeah.
Yep.
And it sounds like you probably need somebody that's trained in that to know what suggestions to input.
The language patterns are so important. And again, sometimes I listen to other people's stuff and I'm like, oh my gosh, why are they saying that?
No.
Yeah, the words and the energy are so important.
Okay, good to know.
Very important. Mm-hmm.
What is it that's different? Is it like a certain word or a certain tone?
Well, it's
what do we look for? Yeah.
Okay, so imagine if I'm saying, and I'll just give you a suggestion here off the top of my head. It's easy and effortless for you to lose weight.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah.
What happens for a person inside when they hear the word lose? What do you think?
I'm a loser.
Gotta protect it.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to. I've never been conditioned to lose my money, never been conditioned to lose a loved one, lose my keys, lose a house, lose a job. That word has a lot of energy on it. And yet the whole diet industry says, I'm going to lose weight. Your unconscious it's never been trained to lose, ever.
Oh,
so what if I said through the session, imagine as you're relaxing and listening to the sound of my voice and blah, 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 that your unconscious mind is willing and ready to let go of the pounds of the past. How does that feel?
I like the phrase, the pounds of the past.
That's the power of the proper suggestions versus you're going to lose weight. Your unconscious goes, I don't lose. So that's the power of language patterns and having the proper wording and all the energy through that, because the subconscious goes, oh, I want to let go. I can let go. I mean, how many things a day do we let go of? We're never conscious of it. We let go of a pen. We let go of our computer cord. You know, we close the door. We're not hanging onto the car door. The subconscious lets go all day, every day. So understanding how the subconscious mind works allows me to create the products and the sessions that work for people, because I know how the subconscious mind works. So when I hear a lot of these other people saying certain things, I'm like, that session's not going to work for that person. You know, you will be rich. You are getting richer. And the person inside's going, I'm poor. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
That makes sense. Yeah.
The layers of resistance just keep building every time you listen to it.
Or you know how to thread through that and make the products and the processes that people have zero resistance to. And that's when they get the outcome.
Exactly. I've been doing a lot of practice, lots of books back there. There we go. But every time I read a book and they have practices in it or questions in it, I don't like to go to a new book until I've done the practices, because I know, just as you said earlier, if you're not implementing and making sure that you're gaining that self-awareness, then I'm just going back to old, outdated programs.
Yeah, but I would also say, you know, feel the energy of anything you're doing, you know, whether it's a book, a podcast, whatever. I turned something on yesterday and like literally the frequency was like, ugh, delete, turned it off immediately. Like even somebody said, oh, you got to hear it. And I was like, ugh. So, you know, you have to make sure you're learning from the right vibe as well, right? Because a lot of information is out there. There's a lot of gurus, and you know, people have come to me, and I won't mention names, but they're like, I did this and I spent all this money with this guru and now I'm flat ass broke, and you know, I've spent thousands of dollars over there. And I've seen it time and time and time again. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of fluff and BS out there. So you do need to be careful of who you're listening to today. I think more so than ever, because anybody can be anybody on TikTok or whoever, and they went and got certified in 2 days and now they're standing in front of a Ferrari. Well, big deal, right? So I really do think it's the energy behind the message. Is it coming from, you know, ego? Is it coming from, look at me and, you know, braggadocious and I'm a gazillionaire? Or is it coming from, I have a solution that I already can stand behind because it's worked for thousands of other people? There's a big difference. And that could be translated through a book. And, you know, when Stedman endorsed my book, Stedman doesn't endorse anybody. Stedman's pretty quiet. But yeah, so there's, you know, it's all to me in the energy behind the message as well. So be careful who you pick up today. Seriously. I think the speaker world in general, there's so much ego here. It's very ego-based business. And as a matter of fact, when I met Corey, and I'll say it right now, I told him, you know what, you're one of the real deals. Don't turn into those people, because they're all over the place. They're a dime a dozen. It's a very ego-based business. So I've tried to fly under the radar and never be that for anybody. And I think that's what's kept me really in a great place. And I have a very good reputation. I have a great brand. I have a lot of happy clients. And that's really what matters to me. It's not so much look at Cappy. It's like, look at the outcomes.
Yeah.
Yep. We were just interviewing Victor, and he was telling us this wonderful story about how one of his clients, the situation went wrong. And then, of course, the way that they decided to address the situation went oh so good. Those people that initially don't quite align with Cappy, and then they kind of see who you are and how you can really help, those outcomes that you keep talking about. What kind of shifts have you seen even in your comments section or on your social media?
I know I'm not great at social media.
You're
not huge.
like, no, I'm old school.
I am. It's not, I don't really care what people are eating, or I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time there. My daughters are like, Mom, you need to get on Instagram. I'm like, I don't even want to. So I think that, back to your original question, I have a process where I basically meet with people and I do a consultation to make sure they're a fit for me. And if they're not, I just say, it's been great talking to you. I had a lady the other day, definitely not. This is a pretty high level of learning for, a lot of people, and they're used to kind of being on that treadmill of trying and struggling and all that. And it's just not, I kind of can feel when it's, I can feel when it's right and when it's not. So I do a little consultation with people, and 15, 20 minutes. And I usually know within the first 5, and then if they're a fit, then I'll sign them into my program, and then they start coaching with me. But if they're not, I don't want to waste anybody's time or money.
Exactly. So we have about 5 minutes left, and I just want to make sure that people know exactly where to find you and your favorite way of communicating. Since you just said social media is not quite your thing.
Not quite my thing.
How do you like to communicate?
Yeah, so I obviously have a website. It's my name, KepiPidwell.com. And people can email me through my website. They can certainly, that's probably the best way. I mean, I do have a Facebook, but like I said, I'm just not on it. I have a LinkedIn. I have those accounts, but I'm not on there frequently. But people can message me through LinkedIn or Facebook as well. And I'm the only Kepi Pidwell out there, and it is my real name. I'm pretty easy to find. And then I have, like I said, on my website, they can see my different products and click on and see the prices and what the programs are about. So I have Mental Money Mastery. Like I said, I think it's still $697. It's been that since I made it in 2008. And then my 8-week subconscious selling is on there. All my programs and products are on there. And then my book is on Amazon.
Nice.
My price is everything from $20 up to several thousands to work one-on-one with me. Yeah,
exactly. But then you kind of give people an entry point, no matter where they are, to be able to get to know you, like you, trust you, and spend time with you. And
the YouTube, which there's free resources there, the free workbook. And then I have a real estate thing I do. It's called Mind Over Market. I have an ebook, so I give that to all my real estate agents. They opt in for that, and then I speak. Like I said, that's a big community for me as a real estate industry. Yeah.
So I like to hold space near the end of an interview just to make sure if there's anything on your head or in your heart that you have a chance to say that. So if there's anything that you just need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I always like people to understand your mindset is priceless. It is so important to upgrade it if you want new outcomes. Most people are running on outdated programs that don't serve the outcomes, the income, and the adult that they've become. And I just always say, the more you go within and upgrade your mindset, the more you will have in your external world. It's really important.
There really is that disconnect between that internal enoughness, as you highlighted earlier, and then that external desperation for enoughness.
Yeah.
I was like, how to word this. Yeah.
There's plenty, really. And when we realize the gifts we have and we know how to upgrade them and nurture them, then life becomes a lot easier. And trust me, I did it the hard way. So I'm a walking, talking billboard of my own work. But I did the work. That's the difference. You got to do the work.
Well, I'm seeing this shift in events going from we're going to bombard you with 60 different speakers, 15 minutes each for the next, 20,000 hours, going to more of those workshops saying, we're going to learn something, but let's do the work together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's good because I've never been a fan. I've never been on one of those mega. I get hit up all the time and they're like, you have to have this list. You have to do this. And I'm like, I don't have to do anything. I don't even want to be a part of it. So I've just kind of run my own show for quite a long time. And again, I've been on big stages with a lot of different, but it's been me and that person, right? I haven't really done a lot of the, when I met Corey, and of course I got involved in this, but this is, I've been a speaker a very, very long time. So I used to get flown around and paid a ton of money, and the game's changed. It's unless you're, a Tony Robbins or you're famous or something like that, they're still getting all of that. But for the average individual, I have a local brand here where I live, but it's not, at that Tony Robbins level, of course. So that's a different ball game. But when you're, I don't know, I just pick and choose, and I work with people I love, and I let the rest kind of fall to the wayside. Things always work out. Seriously, like I don't worry too much. I've done a lot of myself. I've done a lot of work, and I do daily hypnosis. There's not a day I don't do it.
Well, the work never stops.
Exactly. It does.
I was talking to my husband about Tony Robbins, and he's like, "Who?" There are people out there, no matter how famous you are and how big of a following you have, that do not know who you are.
Yeah.
Never heard.
Very true. Very
and
true.
we all laugh, but he's very confused.
That's cute. I love it. That's great. Well, I appreciate you having me on and taking the time to just chat with me. It's been lovely. Thank you so much.
It was great to meet you, Kathy. Yeah, really great.
You guys as well. Thank you so much.
I appreciate all the insights, and I'm looking forward to you spending time in Corey's community, in whatever way you choose next. So,
thanks, guys. Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So it is the end of the show here, Lisa. So we're going to wrap up by sharing just a couple things that stood out to us over the course of the day. So what stood out to you?
I think there was a common theme. How many people did we talk to? 6?
6. It's a long day.
Huh?
I said 6 people. It makes for a long day, yes.
And it just seemed like, and I don't know if it was planned this way because I just showed up, but there's a common theme in every single conversation that we had. And nobody really knew. Did you even know how the conversations were going to unfold? And no?
I do tend to pick up on the patterns quickly, and so I tend to segue, guide conversation toward that. Because if it's already been a pattern, I know it's going to continue to be a pattern.
Well, it sure was a pattern today. Because I don't think I've ever done, I've been on panel podcasts before where I was part of the panel.
Yeah.
And we all came from different walks of life and different careers and things like that. And there seemed to always kind of gravitate towards a central theme. But that's one of the observations that I made today. And I find it really enlightening in the way that it all worked out, because there was definitely a common denominator and a common theme with every single conversation that we had. And it makes me feel like I was supposed to be part of this today. It's that synchronicity that, most of us, a lot of us believe is a real thing. So that's my takeaway, is how, and I don't even know if I want to say it's a coincidence, because there are no coincidences. We don't know, but I think there's definitely synchronicity. And so, kind of proved it here too, because it was definitely there. Don't you think?
Oh, definitely.
Do you find it to be true of, like, what's today, Thursday? This is your 4th day doing.
Yes.
Have they all kind of worked out that way?
Yes, they always do. They always do. So part of it is the way that Corey curates this community. And part of it is who he tends to ask to be on the show, who I tend to ask to be on the show, because not all of it is what Corey books. And of course, I don't see his booking links. So I have no idea, usually until a few days before we go live, who I'm interviewing. And then I take those last few spots that haven't been booked yet, and I find people in my community. And Corey and I are both from the East Coast of Canada, literally across the ferry. Like, he lived in PEI. He grew up in PEI. And I live
an island, right?
It's a small island in Canada.
And you're just on the other side of that?
And where the ferry goes across, I grew up about 15 minutes from that ferry.
What is it called where you came from?
I grew up in Pictou County in Nova Scotia. Yeah, so Pictou County is under pizza.
Okay.
Yeah. And
The
really,
reason why I'm asking, because I mentioned I just got back from doing a TED Talk, and it was in Grand Prairie, Alberta.
oh yeah,
And there's like nothing.
no,
I mean, you could drive for hours and hours and hours and not see anything but landscape.
Now we're tiny, so we're kind of all
Yeah.
I
I love Canada. I think it's just such a wonderful country.
Yeah. But the pattern of the East Coast of Canada is we're small. We don't have a whole lot of industries except for food, hospitality, entertainment, fishing, because we're right next to the ocean. And of course, Nova Scotia used to be coal because there's a lot of mountain ranges and stuff like that. So
in Alberta is oil.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So all of this hospitality, we had to be, because that was what brought money into our province. So many of the people who have been around other people, not necessarily the rural communities, have that, happier, welcoming, like very open and on, like we just want to give you a hug type people. And
I noticed that.
Have that. Yeah. So then we tend to gravitate and bring more of those people in. I just love it. So anyway, this is the end of day 4 of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. I loved some of the insights that you shared. I want to say thank you to all of our guests, all of the people watching, and thank you, of course, Lisa, for being my co-host today.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me. This was really fun. I really enjoyed this. Thanks.
I mean, except for the fact that we sit in a chair for 4.5 hours straight.
I know. I've had to shift myself.
I switched my chair. I couldn't do it in my other chair anymore. I had to switch to a living room chair. Just switched it over. So for everyone watching, tomorrow is day 5. It'll be the last day of this event. The next event isn't until October. So join us tomorrow from 10 a.m. Eastern until 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Same bat channel, same bat time. You can find us on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on YouTube. And of course, YouTube is the most accessible, whether you have an account or not. So thank you, everyone. And we will see you again tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Bye. Just hang on for a second, Lisa. And I'm going to click end.